Good evening. I call this meeting of the Greenbelt City Council to order. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Good evening. Ms. McKinney?
Present.
Ms. Poppy?
Present.
Ms. Pope? Mr. Roberts?
Here.
Ms. Weaver?
Present virtually.
Mayor Jordan?
I'm here. Please join us as we pause for a moment of silent reflection, thinking about residents and former residents that have passed away since the last council meeting. Those include Helen June Webb, Gabriella Chesneys, Harriet Gertz Ginsburg, Ellen Yoko, Julie Andrews, Jean Snyder, and also let's think about the victims of war and violence throughout the world. Please join us. Thank you, thank you. Miss Councilmember McKinney, will you lead us in the pledge?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hey, thank you very much. We've got a lot on the agenda tonight, so it's likely to be a long meeting. But we're going to start off with petitions and requests. This is an opportunity for members of the public to share a concern, a thought, make a statement, or make a request of the city administration. It's not a question and answer session, but it's an opportunity. We'll read your comment into the public record and make note of it on a spreadsheet and follow up within 90 days, if possible. So our meetings are always open to the public except for executive session. So during petitions and requests, if you are in the room and you raise your hand after being recognized, you just go to the podium. You need to state your name and where you live in Greenbelt for the minutes. If you're online, if you're on Zoom, you can use the Q&A tab to submit a question or a petition or raise your virtual hand. And if you are at home watching on cable TV, you can send an email to questions@greenbeltmd.gov. So at this, you'll have 3 to 5 minutes to speak. And I just ask, we're all neighbors here. We're all neighbors, so please be civil in your remarks. So are there any petitions or requests? Yeah, Mr. Hartman.
Michael Hartman, 2 Court Garden Way. I actually have 2 items that I want to bring to your attention. The first is because the standing rules is a first reading, there won't be any discussion on it. But I want to bring your attention to the fact that in Section 1.8, meetings of the council open to the public, there's a requirement there that could be seen as discriminatory against people with disabilities. And that's the sentence that says, persons desiring to speak on a matter being considered by the council shall raise their hands physically or virtually. If a person does not have hands, or if they cannot raise their hand, then they cannot follow the requirement to be recognized. So I suggest other language that's not discriminatory against people with disabilities. The second issue is in your consent agenda, and that's item number 34, the natural gas supply contract. And in the explanation, it said you have 10 accounts for the facilities. I'm wondering how many of those facilities can be changed as not to use natural gas. I don't know what kinds of what they're used for or what it is, but I think that the city is desirous of being green, and one way is not to use natural gas. I don't know what their facilities are, what they do, but if you could look at that, that would be good. So those 2 items.
Thank you. Are there other petitions and requests? Yes, please, sir.
As you know, Mr. Mayor, my name is Bill Orleans, and I'm from Greenbelt. I note that on the agenda for tonight is an approval of new standing rules of council. And despite the discussion that occurred last Wednesday night, which was incomplete, it was cut short, there are at least some residents who think that it should be retained in the standing rules of council that at least during petitions and requests, residents may have 5 minutes, not 3 to 5 minutes if council chooses to grant them time, but 5 minutes. That's been in the standing rules of council all the time that I've been back in Greenbelt. I presume it was in the standing rules before I got back to Greenbelt. It would seem to me if a resident wants to exercise him or herself for 5 minutes addressing council, we should continue to permit them to do so. That aside, for more than a year now, way more than 90 days, more than a year, I've been asking for an apology from council for in closed session issuing a statement that should have been done in open session with regard to the PSAC's submission to it a month or two earlier than that. I'm still asking for more information, a better explanation, and an apology from council on that. I'm still requesting more information from a statement that Ms. Denise Knight from Franklin Park said in a work session in the spring roughly of last year with regard to the increased homeless population in attendant to Franklin Park being from out of town. She said that information was vetted. I've had correspondence with the former interim city manager that she did not say that, but I heard her say that. I presume it's still on tape. She said that. I'm requesting that the city's Community Planning and Development Department obtain a copy of that vetted information so that it could be understood publicly, including by me, that indeed the increased homeless population is from out of town and not in fact former residents of Franklin Park who had been evicted. More recently, as recently as November 13th of this year, this was the evening of the special charter meeting. It had been noticed, and indeed it was published on the agenda for that meeting, that council was going to be meeting at 7 o'clock to vote to go into a closed session where it would consider one thing or another with regard to the future council. But indeed, before 7 o'clock, I arrived, as did some others, and council was already in closed session. And I inquired from people who got here earlier than I did. They had not, council did not meet in open session to vote to go into closed session. So I'm pointing this out to suggest that there's a long history over recent years of council violating state statute as well as its own rules, and it should stop. And I'm asking for an apology with regard to the closed meeting that where there had been no open meeting prior to it from December 11th as well. Once again, standing rules should permit Greenbelt residents 5 minutes to express themselves to council.
Are there any other petitions or requests? Please, sir.
Trent Leon Learman, 4V Laurel Hill Court. I was just here as a citizen in regards to the open council member seat, unfortunate situations that had happened. Just when you're thinking about the policy and how you're going to move forward with it, the importance to make it as apolitical as possible, since this is not an elected position. And I believe that one way you could go about doing that is to not have anybody eligible that has run in a recent election. So I just wanted to go about sharing that perspective, the importance of making this as apolitical as possible.
Thank you very much. Are there any other petitions or requests? Hearing none, or and we will be talking about the council vacancy in a few minutes. So I hope that we will not go back and forth with comments about the vacancy in order to preempt the discussion. Please go ahead.
Just very quickly, I'm Louise Weissman. I live in the Lerner University Square. Just a quick issue on the 3 to 5 minutes. You are able to actually have whatever number of minutes the time to tell the speaker that they have one more minute and then they're shut up down after the minute is over, or 30 seconds. It's a fair warning. I'm here to talk about the election, or not the election, the appointment. I feel the core issue is about community participation in terms of input. This is a difficult situation. This is where I elected all of you to represent me, to make the right decisions when things like this happen. That said, I want input. I want to meet whoever you select before they're actually placed in office, and I want to be able to ask some questions. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. So we're going to wrap up petitions and requests and move on to the consent agenda. I would like to pull the minutes, WS 210519 minutes. They just need a little bit of work. So does anyone else have any modifications to the consent agenda? And if not, I'd like to move for approval of the consent agenda as amended.
Second.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That measure carries. And that would actually bring us to the agenda itself. Are there any modifications to the agenda? Someone like to make a motion to adopt the agenda? Ms. Pope has made is there a second?
I second.
Ms. McKinney is seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, the motion does carry. Well, thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem, are you there?
I am.
Okay. The next item is a statement of the record closed session October 25th, 2023. Are you in a position where you can read that into the record?
I can read that, and I do apologize for not being there in person. I'm in San Francisco for a very long planned work trip. I was always going to have to be virtual for this meeting. It started yesterday and goes through the end of the week. So despite the circumstances there, I'm afraid I have to do virtual on this one. So I apologize for that.
But it didn't snow this morning out there. Did it snow?
It did not snow in San Francisco this morning.
You missed it.
I missed the snow. I move that the minutes of tonight's meeting reflect that council met in closed session on Wednesday, October 25th, 2023 at 9:43 p.m. in the council chambers. Council held this closed meeting in accordance with section 3-305B17 of the general provisions article of the annotated code of the public general laws of Maryland 1 to discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom it has jurisdiction, or any other personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals, and 2, to consult with counsel to obtain legal advice on a legal matter. The purpose of this meeting was to address personnel matters related to specific individuals, get updates on legal matters, and discuss the city manager evaluation check-in. Voting to close the session: Ms. Davis, yes. Mr. Gordon, yes. Mr. Herling, yes. Ms. Pope, yes. Mr. Roberts, no. Ms. Weaver, yes. Mayor Jordan, yes. The following staff members were in attendance: Josue Samaron, City Manager, 9:43 to 10:21 and 10:38 to 10:57. Dwayne Martinez, Director of Human Resources, 9:43 to 9:56 and 10:23 to 10:36. Richard Bowers, Chief of Police, 9:43 to 9:50. Jason Deloach, City Solicitor, virtual from 9:43 to 10:21. Council took the following actions during this session: reached consensus on an adjustment to the salary range for the city manager to conform to compensation findings.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion? Second. Okay, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Ms. McKinney?
Aye. Or yes.
Pompey?
Yes.
Ms. Pope?
Yes.
Mr. Roberts? Ms. Weaver?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
The motion passed.
Okay, thank you very much. So moving right along, that brings us to administrative reports. City Manager Samaron, how are you today?
I'm doing great. How are you, Mayor?
Not too bad, not too
All
bad.
right. Good evening, Council. We've had quite an exciting week this week. I'll start with some highlights. We hosted the Senator Washington and Delegate Nicole Williams on Friday to talk about youth service bureaus. They were very receptive, very responsive, and excited to hear the good things that we have going on here in Greenbelt and how the history of the youth service bureaus, and they're committed to supporting legislation to restore funding for the youth service bureaus. This comes at a key time when the state and the county is grappling with justice reform and how to best serve our young people and create avenues, alternative options, so that they are having other opportunities than crime and having opportunities to have positive development in their community. So both representatives are looking at supporting our youth service bureaus, well, not just for the Greenbelt, but also statewide. There were at one time there were over 20 youth service bureau. They're down to 7 and significantly underfunded. So, good news on that front. I think you may recall that that was a conversation, part of the conversation for the District 22 Legislative Priorities Dinner. So, making some good ground on that. We've got a lot of projects in the works as outlined in the reports, and we've got Public Works joining us for the inclusive park that is going to be you going to hear later. So we're excited for that project. We're excited for the replacing the trees that are damaged and are creating a risk. So the team's prepared to give you a presentation and seek approval of that so we can move forward with that work. It was interesting to hear the feedback from Michael Hartman about the gas contract. You'll see in the consent agenda that we've negotiated a contract for all of our facilities. The natural gas is primarily used for water heating and heating of the buildings. I envision a future where we can move away from having natural gas, but that's electrification strategy is going to take some time. In the meantime, we've purchased gas for a 24-month period. The new rate helped us stabilize the budget and have a predictable expense when it comes to natural gas. And I've included our administrative report in the packet, and I welcome questions.
Thank you. Hey, I had an observation the past couple of days this morning coming down Southway on the ramp, before the ramp to get on the Baltimore-Washington Parkway south. There is a storm water drain right there. And last year, I guess it was WSSC or SHA, they did quite a bit of work on that drain to improve the puddling that occurs there. And I noticed today and yesterday with the heavy rain, it was worse than ever. I don't know what they did, but it didn't work. So if Public Works could maybe take a quick look to see if it's clogged, or because that's something we should bring up to SHA. Did anybody else notice that? It was really pretty deep, the flooding by the drain right there at the crosswalk. Yeah.
We'll take a look at that. And you reminded me that we've had some leadership changes in Public Works. Mr. Schaefer's no longer with us, and while we prepare for that transition, I'm excited to announce that we've appointed Mr. Brian Kim as interim Public Works Director. Mr. Kim is very diligent about his work, and I'm excited to work with him on this interim capacity, and we'll continue the great work of Public Works.
Okay. I see Mayor Pro Tem has her virtual hand up.
Yeah, I was just going to comment, if I'm thinking of no, I obviously did not see the conditions this morning, but if I'm thinking of the same spot, it may not be SHA, it may have been the National Park Service, because it's the BW Parkway, that particular drainage area. I believe that came up.
Actually, you're correct about that, yes.
Yeah, so I think that may be who we need to talk to about addressing that if what they did before clearly didn't work well enough.
Maybe it's just clogged up, I don't know. Okay, any other questions for the city manager from council? Okay, well, that'll bring us to the next item, to the next section, which is legislation. And number 11 is an ordinance of the council of the city of Greenbelt amending chapter 10, quote, licenses, permits, and miscellaneous business regulations, unquote, of the Greenbelt City Code to add Article 7, quote, disposable plastic bags, unquote, to prohibit a retail establishment from providing a plastic carryout bag to customers, to require a retail establishment to charge at least 10 cents for each paper and reusable carryout bag provided to customers, and to provide a penalty for violation. And this item is for first reading and then for possible suspension of the rules so that we can do the second reading and adoption. Because we were not able to convene a meeting at the last session, we really need to expedite this amendment to the legislation because the legislation is going to go into effect on January the 1st. So as a backup, well, let me share this. The Prince George's County bill, in particular, has some differences than the ordinance that we passed here in Greenbelt. So on November 20th, 23, the Green Aces, the Advisory Committee on Environmental Sustainability and the Greenbelt Green Team recommended that the City Council amend the Bring Your Own Bag ordinance to add 2 restaurant paper bag charge waivers found in the Prince George's County Better Bag Bill to have a more consistent policy in Prince George's County. Green Aces and the Green Team also recommended that the City Council add the provision to our ordinance of a 90-day waiver on imposing a financial penalty on retailers for infractions in order to give us sufficient time to educate everyone. The attachment is the Prince George's County bill with provisions highlighted in yellow that we propose adding to our ordinance 1389. So it's recommended that this ordinance 1389 be amended to reflect the recommendations of the Green Aces and the Green Team and introduced for first reading, suspension of the rules, and followed by a second reading and adoption. Now, I see that John Lippert and there's some other representatives of the Green Aces or Environmental Sustainability Committee. I don't know if you'd like to speak, or actually, Mayor Pro Tem, you were instrumental in moving this forward. Would you like to frame these amendments any further before? And I would like to invite representatives of the Green Aces to speak on the amendments, if you like. Mayor Pro Tem,
Should I move to put it on the floor first?
You can
or-
certainly do that. Yes.
So I move that an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Greenbelt amending Charter 10 licenses, permits, miscellaneous business regulations of the city code to add Article 7 disposable plastic bags to prohibit a retail establishment from providing a plastic carryout bag to consumers, to require a retail establishment to charge at least 10 cents for each paper and reusable carryout bag provided to customers, and provide a penalty for violation, be moved for first reading and suspension of the rules to be able to adopt it this evening.
Okay, thank you. And I guess you can make a motion to suspend the rules, then we can go ahead with the second reading and have a discussion and get additional information. So would you like to make that motion as well? Because with the first reading, we do not vote on a first reading.
Yes, so I move that we suspend the rules and advance this ordinance for second reading this evening.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Is there a second?
A second.
Second. Thank you, Ms. Pope.
Ms. McKinney?
Can I have clarification on what we're voting on? Is this the first reading?
No, we
And
don't
suspension of the rules?
Yeah, as you know, we don't vote on a first reading.
Yeah,
but
you
it
do.
is to
You
suspend.
vote to have first reading and suspension of the rules, and you vote on
Yes,
that.
it is to have first reading, to suspend the rules so that we can actually talk about it as the second reading. Thank you.
Ms. McKinney?
Yes.
Ms. Pompey?
Yes.
Ms. Pope?
Yes.
Mr. Roberts? Ms. Weaver?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes,
The motion
the
carries.
motion does carry. So that will bring us to discussion on the second reading. So Mr. Lippert or other representatives of the Green Aces, would you like to talk a little bit about the work that you've done to try and reconcile our ordinance so that there is greater continuity with neighboring jurisdictions and in the county?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. For a quick summary, Green Aces and the Green Team developed this recommendation while or before the county proposed their Better Bag bill. However, we looked at a lot of different bills throughout the state of Maryland and the draft that the county was proposing at the time, which they had voted on last year and it was not approved. So we made the recommendation and City Council approved it in May of 2023. And then shortly afterwards, in the summer, the county passed their bill. Now, it would have seemed that this would be very simple then, but there were a number of county council members that were opposed to certain provisions in the bill, and they proposed their own amendment. And so we had a lot of uncertainty going on until that was voted on in the fall of this year, and the amendment was voted down. So it was what the county had passed originally over the summer, but we really didn't know what the final bill was going to be for the county until the fall. Once that happened, Kristen Weaver, my wife Jane, and I met with Jason LaRoche, our city attorney, to find out how the few differences between the county's bill and our bill affected Greenbelt residents and Greenbelt businesses. And we found a few places. We were told, the attorney said that anything that is stricter in our ordinance, that would prevail over the counties. Anything that was stricter in the counties would prevail over our ordinance. So at the last moment before the county passed their bill that was not in their draft, that when we were looked at it, when we were doing our own ordinance, they put a waiver for a paper bag charge for restaurants in two different instances. One at the takeout window of fast food restaurants and for leftovers at full service restaurants. So the county said, you can give out paper bags, but you don't have to charge for the paper bags. We didn't have that, so Mr. LaRoche said, that means ours is stricter, ours goes into effect, they're gonna have to pay at least 10 cents per paper bag. So Greenbelt, the Green Team and Green Aces discussed this, and we voted that we prefer to go along with the way the county is, to have it more uniform, so that if you go to McDonald's or Wendy's or whatever at the fast food window, you don't have to pay for that little paper bag. Or if you go to another restaurant and want to get your leftovers, you don't have to pay for the paper bag. The other thing is that they had a moratorium on a financial penalty for any infraction that the retail establishment did during the first 90 days of implementing the bill. We did not have that, so ours is stricter. We normally wouldn't recommend something like this because we were planning on educating everyone months ago, but because of all the uncertainty that was going on with the county, we couldn't really say a number of different things until we found out what the county was going to do. They tried to water down their bill with an amendment and it didn't pass. So when we discussed this with Mr. LaRoche and I said, well, if we are basically doing what the county does, can we just annul our own ordinance and just go follow the county? And he suggested no, because if the county goes and decides to do something like they tried to do this past fall, to water it down, we would have no provision to prevent that. So if we keep our own ordinance, if they water theirs down, if ours is stricter, then ours still stays in effect. So I wanted to bring that to your attention. We've done a number of things. When Rick Gordon was here, he took 300 cotton canvas bags that we purchased and gave them to Franklin Park to give out during the Franklin Park events for those that are needy. I know a number of folks, both on council and off of council, were concerned about the 10-cent charge for a paper bag. So we're giving out bags. With the money that council gave us for this fiscal year, we purchased an additional 500 and some bags that we're giving to Crystal Beatty, and she's going to be giving them out beginning with the December food distribution. So that's reaching to needy folks here in Greenbelt. So we're trying to address that one concern about, that bag charge, which is everywhere. The county has it as well. So those were the two provisions that we are doing in the amendment, the 90-day moratorium, and that is to, since we're behind the curve because of the uncertainty about what the county's bill was going to consist of, we don't want to penalize the businesses for not educating them on all the different aspects. We've been doing certain things, and Kevin Simpson has been very helpful. The Greenbelt Business Alliance with Michael Hartman and Kim Cash, they're sending things out. We sent things out to Cap and Janubi at Beltway Plaza. There's certain regulations that the businesses have to know about. We've been working with them. So we're just asking for these three minor changes, actually two, for the restaurants and the moratorium, to give us time so that the businesses are not penalized during the first 90 days.
Hey, John, I really want to congratulate you and Green Aces and all the folks that have kind of worked, the Green Team and everybody that's worked to put us ahead of the curve, or really at the curve as far as moving this legislation forward. And I think in general, municipalities have been anxious to get the plastic bags, the ones that are not reusable, to just get them out of the picture. So the Prince George's County has followed along, and so many of the neighboring counties also have legislation in place.
Yes.
So it's my hope that the state will very, very soon follow the path that we've set, sort of pushing from the bottom, pushing up, and so that there will be continuity. It's difficult for businesses that operate in numerous jurisdictions to conform when there's patchwork of requirements. So I thank you for coming forward with these modifications, and we really do need to act on this as soon as possible because January 1st is right around the corner.
Right, and before you vote on this, I just want to clarify, we are not saying that restaurants at drive-through windows and for leftovers that they may use plastic bags. Those are still banned. It's just that the charge on paper bags will be waived. Thank you.
Councilmember Pope.
Yeah, I want to say thank you as well, because you were very diligent and you put a lot of effort and work in this project. So really, thank you very much. And I look forward to that. And I agree with everything you said. And not like those two amendments with the paper bags going through a drive-through. It would be very difficult to, make that extra charge. To the bags. So when we have parent meetings with my parent liaison, so if you have some bags, I'm more than happy to maybe pass out to some of the parents when they come into the smaller meetings that we have in the evenings. So just offering.
Well, we've had a discussion with our city manager to find out if the city can provide other bags. You've only given us so much money for bags, and we're giving them out to a lot of different places. But
Now that I offered, I guess.
we're trying to see where we can get other bags.
Okay, I'm just saying, if there's something you want to give out or pass out or informational item, anything you'd like me to pass on, I would be a good source to do that, and because we do meet with parents, in the evening and have special classes for them, so I would be more than happy to pass that along.
Thank you very much, because with each bag, reusable bag that we've provided, there is a little flyer that informs the people, please use this bag. This is coming into effect. You're going to need it. And it also was given out during the Gobble Wobble. One of our Green Aces members took the flyer there and was giving that out with everything that was distributed.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have any thoughts about this moving forward? I want to congratulate you also on focusing and working closely with Green Aces and the Green Team to move this expeditiously.
No, I think John made all the points that I would have made. I think the one other thing is I do believe that the concern about the sort of the doggy bags and how do you charge for a doggy bag if they've already paid the bill and then suddenly they decide a doggy bag. I do believe that was one of the things that came up as a concern from restaurants when we were originally had a work session on this bill, months ago. So I believe that will address that concern, that you don't have to figure out how to charge an extra 10 cents when somebody changes their mind and decides, oh yeah, I do want a doggy bag. So I appreciate Green Aces spearheading this and collecting all the information and also all the work they've been doing to distribute both information and bags.
Well, thank you. And I gotta confess, there's been times when I've asked for a doggy bag at the last minute. So I'm guilty.
There was one other point. I see that among the attachments, there was actually the city ordinance with the two changes placed in there. I just recommend one little edit.
Okay.
The county language for the 90-day moratorium was put in there verbatim, word for word, and it says, the provisions of this division and the requirements of this division, they had a division. We don't have a division with the city.
Right.
So I was recommending that a division be replaced by the word ordinance.
We can certainly do that as long as it's not substantial. We can certainly make that change. City manager, you had a comment or thought?
Yes, I wanted to follow up on the question about bags. The administration has found market advertising dollars to buy 4 banners to put up across the city. We wanted to make it obvious that the ordinance going into effect could not be ignored and get the word out to as many people. John had a good suggestion that looking at it from a utilitarian perspective, what is the most useful to who, and taking that money and investing it in bags for our residents and our most neediest residents, what might be the best use of those funds. It's a good proposal. I'm open to it. I think it's a good idea. We were responding to council's need for a desire to see more advertisement, and that's why we had set that money aside for the banners and putting them up. If council is interested, and as I hear that's interested in having more bags, we can certainly forego buying the banners, which are made out of vinyl plastic material, and invest in bags to give to our residents.
Maybe there's a way we can do both. I know that we usually have some flexibility with funding. I don't know what the price tag is, but with the bags, actually it could be the printing or the production of these bags could be an opportunity for a marketing opportunity for some city programs. If we actually listed some information about city programs on the side of the bag. So if you could maybe get back to us with the cost, we can talk about that and make a decision at the appropriate time.
Absolutely.
Mr. Mayor, I've
Yes.
already purchased bags and I'll be providing the information that we've already researched. But I can tell you, putting printing on the bag
It's gonna cost a little
triples
more.
and quadruples the price of the bag. And Green Aces already paid anywhere from, sometimes we could get some for under $1, but the cotton ones, and especially the organic cotton ones, were close to $3 or around $3 a piece with nothing written on them. You want something written on them, you're probably talking about $10 to $12 a bag.
Well, let's look at. I'm sure that the research that Green Aces has done is very extensive. So I'm just constantly trying to think of ways to promote the city's programs to people. And if we have bags that we're giving out at events and whatnot, it's just a nice way to communicate while helping people to create a more sustainable lifestyle that will actually have an impact on the environment in the short term. So if there are no questions from the public, let's go ahead and take a vote.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you, John. This is an ordinance, so Madam Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Mr. Mayor, should
you
we
make the
make that
motion,
one
please?
change, though? I move
Well, I
to
don't-
amend,
yeah.
the ordinance as proposed to strike from section 4D the word division and replace it with ordinance.
That's fine. Do you want to, that's a motion?
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Kenny,
Yes.
Ms. Poppy,
Yes.
Ms. Pope,
Yes.
Mr. Roberts, Ms. Weaver,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Well, that's great. So congratulations. It's definitely a step in the right direction, and I'm hoping the state of Maryland will be following our lead on the local and county level very, very soon. Oh, I'm so sorry. Is there a motion for second reading and passage? And actually, that should have been a motion to suspend the rules.
I thought we'd already did the motion to suspend the rules.
You know, we already did.
Yeah, but we didn't.
Yeah.
We didn't.
But
move
now
it.
we need to do, I move for second reading and adoption of the ordinance that has a very long title that I don't really want to read again, but the ordinance regarding plastic bags.
Yes.
You need to read it properly.
Mr. Roberts, you could make the motion, but go ahead, Ms. Weaver, please.
I moved for second reading and adoption of an ordinance of the Council of the City of Greenbelt amending our plastic bag ordinance to see, it's just so long. Paper to from providing a plastic carrot bag to customers, blah, blah, yeah, so on and so on, to provide and for with the amendments as we've already discussed.
Got it. Ms. Pope?
Second.
Okay, Madam Clerk, can you
Again.
call the roll one more time?
Ms. McKinney,
Yes.
Ms. Poppy,
Yes.
Ms. Pope,
Yes.
Mr. Roberts, Ms. Weaver,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Fantastic. Congratulations, everybody. Hey, that's going to move us to number 10, which is a resolution to repeal and reenact with amendment resolution number 2097 to adopt standing rules for the Council of the City of Greenbelt, Maryland. And this is for first reading. Council reviewed the standing rules document at its work session on December the 6th, 2023. The resolution included in Council's packet reflects the results of that discussion. So it's recommended that we go ahead and read the standing rules ordinance resolution into the record. Would someone like to introduce the resolution?
I will.
Okay.
Resolution to repeal and reenact the amendment resolution number 2097 to adopt standing rules for the Council of the City of Greenbelt, Maryland for first reading.
Okay. So the second reading will come up at a council meeting in the near future. Perhaps not the next one because we have so much business to take care of. But in the next meeting or two, it'll definitely come up. If there are substantial changes, we would have to reintroduce it. But if the changes or alterations are minor, like a typographical error or a word in the wrong place, we can make minor changes without reintroducing the resolution. So that's going to bring us to item number 13, other business, council vacancy. So on December the 6th, 2023, the City Council held a work session meeting to discuss the appointment for the vacancy of the council seat process. The Greenbelt Board of Elections submitted options with pros and cons for filing the current vacancy in membership to the City Council in accordance with the City Charter. So Section 32 of the City Charter states as follows: vacancies on council. If a seat in the council becomes vacant, the remaining members of council by majority vote shall, as soon as possible, elect a person to fill the unexpired term. If 3 or more council seats are vacant, at the same time, the Board of Elections shall call at the earliest date a special election to fill said vacancies for the unexpired terms. So the Board of Elections more or less laid out 4 options. This is initially in their memo, which we accepted on the consent agenda. Option A, council action without voter referral. This option is, quote unquote, the least democratic. This is what they said. in the sense that it allows no voter or public participation, but it allows the most prompt and least costly action by council. Item B, action after hearing without voter referral. The option, again, offers council the opportunity to act promptly without significant cost. It also possibly makes it possible to hold a public hearing or hearings while allowing residents who cannot attend the chance to make comments by text, email, or written letter. Again, however, this course excludes full participation in terms of voting by Greenbelt voters. Item C, action after referral to voters. In this option, involving a referral election for all voters, it is clearly the most quote-unquote democratic. It does, however, involve considerable added cost and delay, and it does not remove from council the obligation to make the final determination under Section 32. And the fourth option, potential interim appointment. Making an interim appointment if council members choose a referral to the voters that would allow council to proceed with a full membership complement until it receives the results of the referral election. Now, the city solicitor, Jason Deloche, opined by submitting to council the relevant language of Section 32, vacancies on council. I'll read this again. If the seat in the council becomes vacant, the remaining members of council, by a majority vote, shall, as soon as possible, elect a person to fill the unexpired term. Mr. Deloche noted that any appointment by council with the assistance of an election of any type would be subject to legal challenge for violating the process mandated by the charter and violating the as soon as possible requirement. So that's the narrative for the item that we're acting on. So I think tonight, I know tonight, we are going to decide on a process to use for the vacancy. We will not necessarily choose a person tonight, but we do need to decide on the process that we're going to use. I feel that the city charter is very concise. It's very terse about what we have to do. And it's very clear. There's not a lot of room for variation. So we really need to fill this vacancy quickly, as soon as possible. The council has a tremendous amount of work in front of it right now. The budget process needs to begin. The city manager has just issued his direction to department heads on how to begin compiling the budget. But our process in the city of Greenbelt for council, we review the budget extensively. And with 3 new council members on, in this body, it's essential that we do actually work through each section of the budget so that we're clear on exactly what the city manager is proposing. Our city manager is also new. So the attention of the full city council is really very, very important at this time. Also, we've got major policy decisions facing us in regard to using the ARPA funding, which has to be dedicated or expended by the end of 2024. So there's a lot of work that we have to do. And in my mind, the charter is very clear, both in Section 32, but also in Section 20, where they talk about requirement specifying that a 40% threshold is needed for council members after an election to be sworn in and to become council members. And that section 20, specifies that if there are not 7 members of council that have reached the 40% threshold, then a runoff election is required within 1 week. And I think that the charter implies that as soon as possible means 1 or 2 weeks. Council has discretion in making this appointment, but the charter is very, very clear about what council shall do. It's not will, it's shall. We have to do this. We have to make the decision. And in my mind, I would really like to, I think we need to have a council member in place at the beginning of the year. So yeah, I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem for the work that she's done. She actually did some analysis. She looked back with the using the Greenbelt News Review archives to actually chronicle and analyze each of the instances in the past when there's been a council vacancy. And it's very detailed work. I think Kristen did an excellent job of pulling it together. And I know we've got some hard copies on the table. We could put it up on the screen. But in the past, whenever there has been a vacancy, council has followed the charter and has made the appointment. And Mayor Pro Tem Weaver, you wouldn't by any chance have that spreadsheet handy? Because I was going to ask you, how many times has there been a vacancy on council?
I do have it handy, and there are 17 instances on my list. I don't have full details for the earliest three, but there are 17 vacancies on my list going back, including the current vacancy.
Right. So this has happened approximately 17 times before, and in all of those instances, it's fallen to council to make the decision to make the appointment. The thing that's unique about this situation is how close it is to the election. It's been just a little bit over 4 weeks since the election, and in none of the other cases was the vacancy created in such a short span of time after an election. So I think that's very relevant. Any further comments on the analysis that you did, Mayor Pro Tem?
No, I don't think. I think we covered it most of that in the work session. I mean, it clearly varied quite a bit in terms of the time before the next election, including, the shortest one was 2 days in 2021 when Mr. Roberts resigned right before the election. The longest, besides the current one, was 519 days before the next election. So there was quite a range of that. It also varied quite a bit in terms of how long it took to fill the vacancy, anywhere from basically less than a week, and looks like in 1963, up to the most recent significant vacancy in 1982, the one that was not just sort of since the one earlier this year we filled as kind of a placeholder with Mr. Hurling, was 63 days. So that is, you can see that one there in 1982. It did take some time before the vacancy was filled, and others had fairly significant time periods, even though. But I think what it shows is that there was a lot of variation in terms of the process, in terms of the time it took, in terms of the time before the next election, but it was always an appointment. There was usually some kind of public hearing, although none of these processes were so close to after a previous election.
It's helpful.
I think it's useful. I think it's important to not put too much emphasis on the history, because this is a different circumstance. And also, I think the risk of following the history is most of those councils were 5-member councils, and all of those councils where a vacancy occurred in the historic ones, not the most recent ones, not Mr. Bird's vacancy or Mr. Roberts' vacancy, but all the 15 prior to that, or whatever it works out to, 14, not counting the current one, were also all prior to when the council was all white and not as many women. So I think that historical precedence is useful, but not the whole story.
Right. Hey, thank you. So Steve Gilbert, who is the chair of the Board of Elections, they did provide a memo with first outlining 4 options, and there was some additional information that was forwarded today on the potential cost. Mr. Gilbert, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Hey, I just had a question. So one of the things with this idea of special election or a referral election, as the our legal counsel refers to it.
Right.
You outlined a time frame if some sort of special election were to take place. Can you just quickly outline what the time frame would be, and with the amended information, what the potential financial cost might be?
Right. On the timing, we were thinking that if you did have an election, we would send out notices by the end of the year to let people know that there would be an election, and that people who are interested in being on the ballot should put in their names by, say, the third week in January. Then, when we get the names in of the folks who want to be on the ballot, and they would presumably be supported by signatures of a certain number of people, the ballots would be prepared. The ballots would be mailed out in early February, and with the instructions to the voters to submit those by Dropbox or hand delivery or mail. So they would arrive with the clerk by the end of May, by the end of February, and then in March we would advise the council of the results. We thought that was the best way to do it. Another way of doing it, of course, would be to have an election day, but that would take longer, be more involved and more expensive. So the quickest way is just to prepare a ballot and mail it to all roughly 14,500 registered voters, and that would take us into probably the middle of March. The cost aspect, we talked about that on I guess our Thursday session after the Wednesday meeting, and several of the members, Beth Terry especially, thought that the discussion had sort of misstated a little bit what we had said. It was suggested by several speakers last Wednesday that the cost of an election would be on the order of $10,000, and we're not sure exactly where that came from. That might be, one of us said something to that effect, and that became gospel. That's not correct. The estimate we got from the folks that would print up the ballot, and however we do it, we have to print up a ballot, and one single ballot would be about $2.25, and so that would that would take the cost of the printing alone to over $31,000, and then you have the postage, the shipping, the scanning, and the clerk costs to count the ballots, and the scanners and so forth. So the cost of an election would be considerably more than $10,000. It would be on the order of 50 to 60 probably thousand. So that's that we thought the council should be aware of that as they choose a process.
Well, thank you. And that estimate doesn't really take into account the amount of staff time and the time of volunteers, the Board of Election and whatnot, in pulling this all together. Not to mention the council and the public, the amount of thought and effort, and the candidates as well. So, in neighboring jurisdictions where there are, and I just want to make sure that everybody realizes I'm going to yield the floor, but I'm trying to create a little context so that we can have this conversation in a reasonable time frame. So with neighboring jurisdictions where they have special elections, where it's written into their charters, like College Park and New Carrollton, I believe Hyattsville, they have 4-year terms. The terms are staggered. For us, we have a 2-year term. So the idea of taking 4 or 5 months to bring someone, 4 months to bring someone on council in a 2-year term just does not meet the criteria of as soon as possible in my mind. I think that the reason why our charter states as soon as possible and council shall is because that's the same thought process that has happened in the past, where there have been tie votes and occasions when there's a lot of back and forth and, a number of ballots to actually make a selection. So I'll restate that my desire is to fill this position by the beginning of the year. And I think that there are ways that we can do that. Our legal counsel said that the special election does not meet the requirements of the charter, and he suggested that we need to make the appointment. So I think that council can discuss this a bit. We can take some public comment, but we need to make a decision about the process as expeditiously as we possibly can. So at this point, I'm going to pause. Mr. Roberts has had his hand up. Council members have had a chance to talk with the public. I received about 60 emails with suggestions, and people have come up and talked to me face to face, and I think that's been the case with all of us. So we've all been thinking about it a great deal. So if a council member is interested in making a motion to move this ahead, we can certainly put that on the floor, talk about it, and take public comment. I think we just have a few, 2 or 3 options as to how we can move forward. Mr. Roberts.
Well, thank you, because my arm is getting tired. But I wasn't letting it down. To say the least, with all due respect, I pretty much disagree with most of what you said. Because number one, the charter is wide open. It gives us tremendous leeway to have citizen involvement. In this past election, I noticed that the News Review again had a question in there about how council members were going to get the public involved in the voting process. Well, this is one way. Right now, we have a chance to involve the public, and we need to do that. And so I'm not even going to say anything about the rest of the stuff because we've been over it before. And so I'm going to make a motion that the council proceed to have an advisory election as described by the City Election Commission. And that's my motion. And it is to be done as soon as possible.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Council discussion. Well, I'll say it. I said it a few minutes ago. For us to, with a 2-year term, with the mandate, and I do fundamentally disagree with you. I think that the charter is very, very terse, but it's very, very clear. Our legal counsel has set forth his opinion, which supports what I've just said, that we need to fill this position as soon as possible. It's our responsibility. We shall do it.
It's not up
So
to
hold
our-
on.
it's
I've
not
got the
up to
floor,
our
Mr.
lawyer.
Roberts.
It's
Hold
up
on.
to-
So I don't think a special election is feasible. I think for us to wait until mid-March before we're able to swear in and have another person on council so that we have 7 people on council, I think it's not doable. It's not practical. And it's not the intent of the charter. That's not what is in the charter.
Like to rebut, since you've had about 10,
So,
since you've had
hold
about
on,
10
hold on,
minutes.
Mr. Roberts, there may
You've
be
had
other
10 or
council
15
members that would
minutes
like
that
to
you've been
speak.
talking about this.
Well, I'm the mayor, so I have to read things into the record. I have to set the context. So
By the rules, like
and the
everyone
rule
else.
says that if there are other council members that would like to speak, they should have an opportunity. Are there any? I see Mayor Pro Tem Weaver has her hand up.
Yes, I'm concerned about the timeline it would take to do a special election as we get into budget season, as well as a fairly significant cost when we just had an election. I think there other ways to get feedback from residents, including looking at the election results, but perhaps not exclusively looking at the recent election results, but seeking other public hearings and very deliberately choosing ways to hear from people that we don't hear from as often. But I am concerned about the time taken and the expense of a special election at this point.
Thank you. Are there other council members that would like to speak? Ms. Pompey?
Hi, I agree that the most participatory process is the best process. I do think that going out till March is a long time. I think that because even most municipalities that call for special elections call for them to happen fairly quickly, usually within about 65 days. So that is a long lead time, and that's the only thing that gives me pause, is that it would take us a very long time to actually be able to finally appoint. Because even with the referral election, it would still fall to council to appoint. We still have to appoint no matter what. I just want everyone to understand that if there's a referral, if there are hearings, whatever we end up doing, it always falls to council to appoint. That's no matter what we do. We're the appointing body. So, I just want to make sure everyone's clear about that. I think there are other ways that we can have citizen participation. I did second this motion because I think it's important that we talk about all the options as a council and that people are able to weigh in and talk about all the options because, again, I believe in voter participation. I believe in all of you being here to talk about this. I think it's really important. And that's what I have to say.
That's helpful. Other comments from council? Yes, Ms. McKay.
Yeah, I think having citizen participation is important. I appreciate the fact that we have so many people in the audience here. We've gotten so many emails just talking about what they feel is the right process to take. And so I would hope that whatever decision we do make today takes into account the diverse opinions that we have. And I would want to make sure that we're hearing from a cross body of people in all of Greenbelt. And so we have people that are in both Greenbelt West, Franklin Park, Greenbelt East. And so we want to ensure that we're hearing from all of those voices before we do, as the legal counsel has said, before we have to make that appointment.
Ms. Pope?
Yes, thank you. I think if this election would have happened 6 months ago, we would have a total different discussion. But given the fact that we had an election just about 4 weeks ago on November 7th, I think that must give us a little different perspective. It is so close to our election. Our election is a democratic election. Everybody goes willingly to the poll and elects their Fab 7 or 5 or 3 or 2 or however many people you want to vote for, or you have the confidence in that they can represent you or our community. This situation is an extraordinary situation. None of us has prepared for this. This is something came very surprising. We lost a member of council. We lost a friend of our community. And it came very sudden. So now it's our task to fill this now vacant seat as soon as possible. That said, regardless whose names are on the ballots, but I truly believe that we should appoint the person that came in 8th, who received and regardless if that would be me or somebody, it doesn't matter who it is, but if that person came in 8th and received the appropriate 40+% that makes that person eligible to be seated at a city, to be seated on council, I think then we have to make this decision and we should move forward with that. So my proposal is that we follow that rule. We'll appoint the person that was coming in number 8th with the appropriate 40+%, and
There is a motion on the floor. And of course, given that there are 6 of us for any of these proposals to move forward, it will take at least 4 votes, not 3. If it's tie, it fails. So it will take 4 votes. I'm not especially interested in going around circles as we
Well,
talk about this.
I have
Hold
a
on.
comment.
When I
So
allow
you get to sit
take
and
the
talk all
floor-
night, but I don't get to make a comment?
Do you mind if I finish, sir?
Well, I want to.
Can you follow the council rules?
I have my hand up.
Okay,
Thank
well,
you.
I was not finished. I had the floor.
Stand, but
So I was
other
just
people
saying,
wanna
I was
speak.
clarifying that it's going to take 4 votes for something to move forward. I'm also saying that if it's council's will, rather than going around and around in a circle, we can go around one more time, but I really would like to hear from the public.
How are we going to have
So,
a
sir,
discussion?
you have the
of
floor
all-
now.
How are we going to have a discussion
please-
of all the issues facing us right now if you're not going to allow people to speak?
If people would take their
And
turn
I
and
object to
follow
that
the rules, then we would
strenuously.
be able to do that. So please go ahead and make your statement, sir.
Well, I want to say that there's no rule that says we have to appoint the person that came in 8th place. That doesn't exist. And I don't think it's a good idea anyway. But anyway, that doesn't exist. But what I want to address is the cost issue. People are objecting to the cost. Well, we have in the budget a request to spend $125,000 to put a water fountain in for dogs at the dog park. $125,000 for a drinking fountain for the dogs. And yet we're going to sit here and complain about $50,000 or $60,000 to have an election in a city that claims to be democratic and care about the democratic process. I think that's why I've been elected for 32 years, is because I've always stood up for the democratic process. And I'm going to continue to do that, whether people get mad at me or not, because that's the best way to go in this situation. And personally, I think the person that came in 8th in the last election should be supportive of an election. Because in the bottom line, the city council doesn't belong to the city council. It belongs to the people of Greenbelt. That's who it belongs to. And the people of Greenbelt should have a chance to weigh in on who's going to be the next city council member. And someone who really wants to be on the city council should be supportive of that process. And in doing so, I'm sure you would be elected handily. Instead of going down this, let's ram it down their throat, we're gonna appoint someone. Well, the charter doesn't say we have to appoint someone. It says we have to elect someone. And electing someone can have a vote with the citizens, and that's what I want to have, and that's why I made the motion I did. And that's why it's important to do that. So that's my comments for now. I'm not saying I'm not going to raise my hand again, because we need to have as much discussion on this issue as possible. And there's a lot of other issues that I would like to comment on. Thank you.
City Manager Samaron, I was asking a little bit earlier today with Mr. Deloche. He has already sort of weighed in on the matter. Is he available by any chance?
I spoke with Mr. Deloche earlier today. He had a board meeting at the same time, so he's not available to join us now. He will text me when he's done with this meeting, and he was going to try to get done as soon as possible.
Appreciate that.
Mhm.
So would other council members like to weigh in, or shall I open the floor up? We've got a lot of business. This is crucial. And I'll say it again, we need to fill this post as soon as possible. The charter is perfectly clear about making the appointment as soon as possible. So I think that you didn't make a motion. There's a motion on the floor, so we will have to vote on that. So we need to allow for some public comment before we can vote on the motion. But I'd like to give council members, if anyone else would like to make a statement before we go to the public comment, please do so now. Yeah, Ms. Pompey.
Just one more thing to add. Mayor Jordan, you mentioned neighboring municipalities, particularly Hyattsville, College Park, and New Carrollton, and their process for filling vacancies. Another neighboring municipality, Berwyn Heights, also, their charter language is actually much more similar to ours, that it calls for their council to, I can't remember the exact word, if it's appoint or elect, but that's what their charter calls for. It's very, very similar to ours. And they've actually twice in the past few years had unexpected vacancies, one very recently after election, and one I think maybe a year into a term. I can't remember exactly. But in both of those cases, the council called for applications, and I don't believe it was a public process. I believe that the council just interviewed people and appointed someone, but I just wanted to put that out there as another process. I think this is 2018 and 2019 that this happened in Berwyn Heights, just so folks are aware of another way that a neighboring municipality handled unexpected vacancies, and a municipality with much similar charter to ours.
Yeah, I appreciate that. You know, I think that the process is about the process. So what we do this time, you know, I would like to, and we are planning to update and refine the city charter and our council rules in the near future. So we just had an election 4 weeks ago. So the public did weigh in. The charter specifically says that in an election, if 6 of the people who are on the ballot end up with more than 40% of the votes, and other individuals do not, who are running, then there should be a runoff election within 1 week. So that 40% threshold, I think, is very telling, and I think it's instructive just as far as letting us know what public participation means. So if a candidate gets 40% or above in an election, they're qualified to be appointed to council. But if they don't reach that threshold, then a special election is held within a week. So in this instance, you know, there's a field of 11 people, and 8 of the people who ran reached the 40% threshold. Now, if this were to happen again, and someone among the 7 top vote getters turned out that they weren't qualified to serve on council, something came up in the financial disclosure, or if they resigned or whatever, you know, I think in the future, instead of having this back and forth about what comes next, you know, I think it should always come back to council's discretion to make the final decision if there are some mitigating circumstances. But if there are 8 people that ran and have the 40% threshold vote, and one of the top 7 drops off, I think there's a really strong argument for moving the 8th person into the seat. Not automatically, council still has discretion and should keep its discretion, but I think as a rule of thumb, and I think as something that we should actually consider putting in the charter, or the rules at the very least, is that in this instance, the 8th person, if they've reached that 40% threshold, they should be able to move forward, because in this case, it's been less than 90 days since the election. So people voted. The candidates that came in at the 40% or above threshold, you know, 8 of them. So 1 is no longer with us. So the other individual should be able to move ahead. So several of us have had an opportunity to speak twice. I'd like to go to the public at this point. Is that council's will?
But I'd like to rebut your comment that you just made, because
No,
it's
I'm not going to do
appropriate.
that. Is that council's will? Shall we go to public comment?
Have a right to
Several
speak.
people in the audience, the lady right here had her hand up for a while, so I think.
I just want to make sure
Take some
Mayor Pro
questions
Tem
or
and
comments.
So you're gonna
majority
you're
of
gonna
I'm
cut
happy to
off
go to public
discussion? Is that
comment.
what you're gonna do?
if the majority of council is interested
It's
in doing
not up
that,
to
that
the
is what we're
majority
going to do.
council. When someone puts their hand up,
So,
it says
Ms.
in our
McKinney and
rules,
Ms.
it says in
Pompey-
our rules that members have a right to speak
Council
after
has the
all
right
the
to
other
set its
council
own
members have
policies
spoke.
collectively, and
So
the
let's go
majority
by
does
the
rule.
rules and let me
So
speak.
I've heard from 3 council members that we would like to go ahead and take public comment instead of circling around.
We haven't had a vote on anything. I want my right to speak.
Well, sir,
I
do
have
need
that
to bang
right.
the gavel and
I
and
was
tell you to
elected
shut
just
me
like
down?
you were, and I have a right to speak.
Out of order, sir.
I'm not out of order. You are out of order, sir.
So
You
could
are
I
out of
please
order.
hear from my peers on council, Councilmember McKinney and Councilmember Pompey? Shall we go to public comment, or shall we continue as a council to argue the issue?
I'm ready to go to public comment, reserving the right for council to come back and continue talking about it if after comment, folks have more to say.
So that is a majority of council, and at this time, would like to go to the public. 2-minute time limit? Okay. Who's first? In the blue, yes.
Yeah, I think she had her hand up
Please.
first. There's so much blue out there right now.
Hello, my name is Dawn Warner. I live at 8 Lakeview Circle, Greenbelt, Maryland, and I wrote my comments out so I can stay on script. I am deeply saddened by the passing of Rick. I appreciate his personal kindness to both my husband and I, and also for his kindness that went across racial and political lines. I will miss his genuine care for the people of Greenbelt and his doing the people's work for the city of Greenbelt. Your work, the council's work, is appreciated also in this difficult season. Having a council member resign just months before an election and having a council member pass just over 2 weeks after an election is difficult. While I affirm the council has the power to make the final decision, I would respectfully remind the council that with that power comes responsibility. Doing the people's work is predicated on honoring the people's will, and the people in Greenbelt have spoken. Please keep in mind, if Rick had passed before the election, the results would have been installing the next person on the ballot. With Rick's passing 19 days after an election, holding a special election appears to nullify the will of the people who have just spoken. We should treat others the way that we want to be treated. Here's a question. What if your name was next on the ballot? Next in line. What would you consider the right thing to do? And I would imagine that you would be fighting for your spot, that the people voted you in. This discussion is about process for me, not about the next person in line. I would say this no matter who had the next highest votes. Again, having a special election nullifies the vote of the people who just voted. Let me say that again. We just voted a month ago. And so I'm wondering, and I'm confused about what the point of an election is if you don't honor the results and appoint the person who came in 8th. I'm just confused by that we're even spending so much time on it. I put my trust in you to lead the city. I would want this trust to go both ways. Having a special election says we don't trust the decision that people just made. Worse yet, it says we don't like who you voted for. I don't know if that's what you're saying, but it seems like possibly. So please hear me. This is about process and principle. Our city is hurting and we want closure. I would humbly suggest that the most fair and appropriate action is to honor the people's choice. To undermine
Thank
or
you.
nullify the will of the people
Thank you.
appears to be a misuse of power.
Thank you very much.
I urge you to do the people's
Appreciate
will.
that.
We voted.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Who's next? Mr. Shack.
Leon Schachter, 9B Parkway, apartment 201, 101, excuse me. What hasn't been clearly mentioned by anybody is what standard is the council going to use to make the ultimate decision? And I submit to you that the standard should be the selection of the best qualified candidate. If that turns out to be number 8, so be it. But I think you have an obligation to pick a process that is open to other candidates who may be more qualified. Try this out in your thinking to get some clarity of what I call the Washington Post test. Do you want the article to say Greenbelt City picks the loser? Number 8 lost. Or do you want the heading to say the Greenbelt Council picks the most qualified candidate? If that turns out to be number 8, fine, but it may not. And you don't know that if you pick a process that doesn't allow an open opportunity for other qualified candidates to submit their qualifications.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Hurling, did you have your hand up? Mrs. Lippert.
Jane Young on 30 Ridge Road. I'm not prepared. I didn't know we were going to talk about this, but I hope that we do pick the 8th person because he is the person that we already voted for. And I vote in every election, every single election my whole life that I could. I don't want to vote again. And I think it's ridiculous to have another election. I don't even know if I would vote again. I would, but I don't think many people would. And it's a lot of money, it's a lot of time. It's really unfair to all the candidates to have to go back and try to get votes again. I mean, that's ridiculous. They already did that. I don't think they should do it every 2 years, let alone like after 4 weeks. So I really hope that the council makes the decision quickly, cheaply, and well. I trust them to do it well because they do make good decisions, and I trust them that they will pick the fair person, which I think is the 8th person. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Orleans.
Somebody left their mask here? I'd begin by asking that the opinion of Mr. Deloach, the full opinion of Mr. Deloach be made available. I don't understand why it's not appended to tonight's agenda package, either the publicly distributed one or the council's full agenda package. I presume he would have opined more than what it suggests in the agenda, both agendas. And before council votes, I think the public ought to have a right to read his full opinion, as well as hear from him in person in the meeting if there were questions put to him. I also believe I heard it stated, I'm not certain of this, that subsequent to last Wednesday's meeting, the Board of Elections, or at least Mr. Gilbert, on behalf of the board, presumably, submitted a further memo. If that's the case, if I heard that correctly, I'd understand why that's not appended to tonight's agenda package either. We should have the benefit of knowing any further considerations either of the chair of the board or the full board. I did not know that there was to be a meeting of the board last Thursday after last Wednesday night's meeting. Had I probably would have tried to attend. There's been a lot of discussion on the board, and it was initiated 2 Thursdays ago. And I believe the suggestion was made by Mr. Gilbert 2 Thursdays ago that the suggestion came from council that a special election be considered. It would be a non-binding special election, but that it be considered by the Board of Elections, which they then spent more than an hour 2 weeks ago considering and reporting back to council on their findings. Personally, I don't care, just speaking for myself, I don't care whether the 8th candidate in order of this past election is appointed by council or anyone else is appointed by council. What I'm interested in is the fact that for more than 15 years, council's had it before it. And indeed, a former member of council submitted a resolution to change the ordinance to this effect.
Sir.
That our charter be amended to read that
Sir.
henceforward, going forward, upon
Sir.
any vacancy, there shall be a special election to fill that vacancy. So I'm making a request to see
Thank you.
Mr. Doloch's full memo and the memo of Mr. Gilbert if a further memo was provided.
Thank you. We actually read Mr. Deloche's full email message at the last work session, and we also read it into the record. I suppose we could read it again. Other comments from the public before we vote? Mr. Hurling, then Mr. Lippert.
There are several folks online as well.
Yes, I see.
Hi, I am Conrad Hurling of 11B Ridge, and this month celebrated my 70th anniversary of being in Greenbelt when I came here at the age of 10 months. For the purpose of clarifying what Councilmember Roberts was bringing up, the second section of Section 32 reads, if 3 or more council seats are vacant at the same time, the Board of Elections shall call at the earliest date a special election to fill said vacancies for the unexpired terms. And in terms of the point relative to securing a 7th member on the council as quickly as possible, all you have to do is to go back into the history. Back when we had 5 council members, Mr. Roberts and I are old enough to remember when there were 5 council members. If you had a vacancy, then you could potentially have a 2-2 vote. Now with 7, obviously, again, that same possibility arises where you could have a 3-3 vote. So you could have a decision where the community is kind of held in abeyance because there has not been a decision that's been made. So I'm thankful that the original folks, back in 37 and now did use basic math in just making this kinds of decision. And I just want to say something also that was alluded to by one of the previous speakers who spoke eloquently. Seat on council is obviously important. And we all heard from Rick's passing. Consistent with our city charter, I urge the remaining members, by a majority vote, elect a person to fill the unexpired term.
2 minutes.
A little more than a month ago, Rick Gordon, who was someone who helped bring our community together, supported Matt
Sir.
during the election of November 7th and gave him a hug, as did a number of our fellow Greenbelters, as did I as well.
Sir,
I've
past
known
2
Matt
minutes.
since he was 8 years old. I was actually covering a Little League game for Greenbelt
Sir.
Access Television. Now, I wasn't the best broadcaster in the world,
Mr. Hurling.
but the camera, fortunately, was pretty accurate. And that's when he was
beyond
8,
the 2
as well
minutes.
as his brother. And of course,
Mr.
also
Hurling.
learned from his father, who actually had run also,
Hurling.
as you may know, ran for city council as well.
Mr. Hurling.
So there is a lot that he has contributed to the community, and I would urge, as others have, that he be supported by the council,
Mr. Hurling, you're at the 3-minute mark.
and I'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lippert.
John Lippert, 30 Ridge. I agree completely with what Ms. Warner said. She said it much more eloquently than I could ever say it. But the people have been given months and months to ask who would like to serve on city council. They gave all of their, they got all their required signatures. They've placed all of their ads in the news review so everyone could see who they were. And so I think the people have already decided who they wanted during that election, and I think we should go with the 8th person. Thank you.
Thank you. There are a couple of, there are a few comments online. I'll read a couple. One, Renard Brown says a special election requires a charter change. Ed Fallon has sort of a long comment, and I'll read it as best I can. Number one, given Greenbelters have just voted 2-1 to permit a non-U.S. citizens to vote, whatever process you follow should include them. Number two, after the too brief Rick Gordon era, Greenbelt again has exactly no council members from the 50% who rent their homes and indirectly pay a higher percentage of their rent in property tax. Number three, I believe there is no legal definition of as soon as possible. Whatever council or council members prefer, past elections have rarely defined as soon as possible in a narrow way. This is a long comment. Just cut off the bottom part.
Alexander
So yeah, so
I can continue. Would you like me to?
Oh, please do, please.
Yeah. This is still Ed Fallon's comment. Number four, given numerous conditions that make it hard for renters and low-income folks to cast their votes, the results look awkwardly like certain U.S. regions where the powerful have gerrymandered and/or suppressed the vote of ethnic minorities who are much underrepresented in council and in annual budgets, even if they constitute about 75% of our population. Given how skewed our election process works out, I would welcome the council taking a bold initiative by selecting a well-qualified Hispanic or Black council member.
Thank you. There's a few emails that have come in over the last hour. I suppose we can read a couple of those. You know, we've got a limited amount of time to deal with. There are a number of agenda items that need our attention. So if we extend the conversation tonight in defining the process, it will force us to have a special meeting perhaps next week in order to just finish the business that we have to do. So if that's council's will, we can certainly do that.
Mr. Mayor, I want to advise you that Mr. Jason Deloche is online now.
What I'd like to do, let Mr. Deloche, since he is available, quickly reiterate his opinion on this matter. There are a number of emails that came in. Ms. Johns and other residents want to speak. But after that, we really do need to vote on this proposal and discuss other proposals. If this is going to go forward, there need to be 4 votes. If not, we need to go ahead and consider other options.
I will make a motion too, but we have to vote.
So first, Mr. Deloche, are you there?
I am. Good evening, everyone.
Hey, good evening. Thank you for joining us. Can you just succinctly summarize your opinion on what the charter mandates as far as special elections and the as soon as possible provision that is in the charter?
Yes, the charter is very clear on what it requires. It requires the mayor and council to appoint someone. It does not give the authority to have a special election or something other than, I know that there's some, material out there that says that you don't have to make it in an election, but it doesn't give express authority to give formal feedback from the citizens by virtue of a ballot measure. It says the mayor and council needs to elect someone, but that is the word appoint is really what they're talking about. If the charter wanted to give you the authority for a special election, they would have done it, because in the very next sentence, when you have 3 vacancies to fill, it talks about a special election. So the charter does not give you the authority to do a special election. I don't think that there's any wiggle room there. And I think an appointments process by the mayor and council is the legal way to go.
Thank you very much.
Quite welcome, Mayor.
Let's go to just a couple more public comments. We can circle back to some council comments, but I think we need to vote. Ms. Johns, would you like to speak? Mrs. Gordon, please.
I'm gonna do this
Welcome.
first because y'all really need to see where I'm coming from. Carla Gordon, Greenbelt West. Um, this is this is very difficult for me to be up here to speak to you all again. Um, I really urge you all to consider the 8th person taking the seats. If it were anyone other than Matt Enzio, I don't think there'd be a discussion that's taking place. If it had been anyone else, this would not be a discussion right now. Some of the negativity that's surrounding him really needed to stop. It shouldn't have happened in the beginning, but we need to focus on the now. And Matt took 40% of the votes for this last election that took place November 7th. I'm really urging that you all take that into consideration and put all of your personal feelings about that aside and think about the fact that this man has put himself out there and he was voted for. If there was a 9-member council, he would have been on here right now and it wouldn't even be a discussion. So let's take that into consideration, please, as we move forward. And as far as the representation for Greenbelt West, we have Danielle McKenney and we have Kristen Weaver. And I think that they will take very good care of Greenbelt West and Franklin Park residents. And we have Matt Enzio, who is Puerto Rican and Italian. So there is a representation there as well. So I really urge you all to take that into consideration and really listen to what I'm saying. And as far as, I'm glad special election is out of it, because why do we want to have the residents spending all of this money, their tax money, to go to something that's ridiculous right now when you can easily put Matt Enzio, who I fully support, into that seat. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, no, I want to, Vicky C. has submitted a comment. When this election happened, the people voted for 7 candidates, not 8. You can't extrapolate that the voters are okay with Mr. Enzio taking the place because we did not vote for the knowledge that one of the losing candidates could be elevated. You are disenfranchising voters who did not vote with a full understanding of the impact of their vote. So once again, we're talking about the process that we're going to put in place. We're not talking about individuals at this point. So my feeling is we do need to expedite this conversation. If there's some additional comments from council, I'd like to provide an opportunity for council members to make them. But at this point, I'd like to take a vote so that we can, if this is not going to move forward, we can consider and discuss other options. Mr. Roberts or Ms. Pompey, I don't see your hand up. Ms. Pompey.
I have a question for Mr. Deloche, if that's possible.
Yes, please.
Mr. Deloche, you mentioned that the charter is clear that we cannot hold a referral or a special election, that it's council's job to appoint or elect the next to fill the vacancy. But would it be possible for us to say, it doesn't specify the manner in which that we have to fill that, or the manner in which we have to choose the appointee, correct? So we could choose to call for resumes, correct? Or call for applicants?
Yeah, whatever the process that you want to follow to appoint, you can do that. But the law is clear. It does not call for a special election during that process.
Okay.
So if you want to have an application period, you can do that, but you have to be mindful of the as soon as possible requirement there. So you can do some sort of truncated application process with, a candidate's night or however you want to phrase it. But the one thing I want to make clear is a special election is not on the table based on the charter.
And how do we interpret as soon as possible?
Well, I mean, you guys have some discretion in saying what's as soon as possible, because listen, this is going to almost be a 2-year term. So you want to make sure that you get it right. And so what I would say is if you can get this process done within, 45 days, I think you can definitely meet that. As long as the process is moving on a timeline that everybody knows, and that each timeline or each deadline has a purpose to it, I think you can be fine with that. I don't think any judge or well, in this case, it would be a judge to say you need to rush the decision because it's very important. But you can't. I wouldn't say that this goes out 90 days. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Mr. Roberts?
So how many times in the past has the council picked the unelected person from the last election that was closest to election? Has that ever happened before?
I can speak to that. I don't have complete information on that, Mr. Roberts, because I didn't have time to go back and look at all of the previous elections. There were certainly instances where the person who was the previous vote getter was a candidate for the appointment when the vacancy occurred. But I don't believe that it was not automatic that it was. Again, though, I would point out that none of the historical vacancies occurred as close after an election. So there were some instances where someone who had run in the previous election was a candidate, was either their resume or their name was put forward for selection by council, for election of the appointment of the seat by council, but it certainly wasn't in all cases. That's something that I can look into, and that would be something that would be knowable, but I don't have all that information.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that, but to me, I don't think it really matters because the way I see the elections is once we have the swearing in, the election is over. That's it. And whoever won, won. Whoever didn't win, doesn't win. So therefore, I think, I agree with the speakers that said, you at least got to look at other candidates. You at least have to have a fair process because my problem with the way we have the charter, this strict thing that the council has to pick, either the eighth person or just anyone they want to pick. My problem with that is that when you have an elected body that's allowed to pick its own members, then I think you end up with a corrupt body. They didn't because he was not elected.
So I'd like to.
That's a big issue. I mean, number 8 was not elected. And the election was over when we did the swearing in. So therefore, I think it's incumbent upon us to start out anew, afresh, to pick the new person. I don't think it should. I don't see anywhere in history where they said we must pick this person.
Thank you.
What is the problem? Why am I being cut off? I'm not allowed to speak?
It seems like you've spoken for about 3 to 4 minutes.
Haven't. You're the one.
Everybody else on
going
council
on
has
forever.
not spoken as much
haven't.
as you. There's another individual of the public that's going to recognize, and I think we've got some other things. I'd like to go ahead and vote, and if this motion of yours carries, then fine. But if not, we've got other options, other things to talk about. So, sir, please go ahead.
Yes, my name is Michael Miller, and I live at 34D Ridge Road in Greenbelt. I'm not going to speak too long because of Mr. Schachter's eloquent words that he presented earlier. As the council is considering their decisions on how to fill the vacancy, I would urge them to reject the proposal of a special election, and I would urge them to reject appointing the 8th highest vote getter as the replacement to Councilman Gordon's seat. I would urge the council to embrace the middle road when it comes to filling the position. That, as Councilperson Pompey has indicated, there are other ways to consider that might be the middle road. with accepting applications for a set period of time and not unduly delaying the filling of the position, possibly holding applications for 30 days or so and any public hearings. And then ultimately the council, yes, would make the decision on the appointees. But I really don't see anything wrong with holding open an application process and then any public hearings and then the council ultimately making their decisions. I don't think it would unduly delay the decision that much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and vote on the proposal to hold a special election. Would you like to restate that motion?
Well, I didn't call it a special election. I called it a.
Restate the motion,
I
sir.
called for a non-binding election to pick the next city council member.
You said before, but
Yes,
please.
that's what I said.
That's not what you said.
I said advisory. You have my motion. Read my motion, please.
Advisory election.
That was my motion for an advisory election to fill the vacancy on the city council.
Okay, Ms. Pompey, you seconded. Are you comfortable with that articulation?
Yes.
Okay, so let's do a roll call vote.
Ms. McKinney?
Nay.
Ms. Poppy?
No.
Ms. Pope?
No.
Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
Ms. Weaver?
No.
Mayor Jordan?
No. Okay, that
Motion
motion
fails.
fails. So, Ms. Pope, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I'd like to make another motion. I would like to make a motion that we appoint the eighth person that was on our ballot on November the 7th for this election 2023, who also received 40% of the voters. So I would like to make that as a motion.
Is there a second? I'll second that. So discussion, would you like to speak on? You did, but would you
I did.
like to
I mean,
speak
I
some more?
just said, and we just had an election 4 weeks ago, and you know, if I don't know what else to say. It's the 40% are there. He came in. It doesn't matter whose name is it. It's about the process, like Ms. Warner eloquently explained. It's not. It doesn't matter who it is, and as Mrs. Gordon said, you know, if there would have been a different name, we would not have all this discussion. I think there's a lot of personal feelings in there, and that shouldn't be. And I cannot be personally. I don't want to be personally involved. I'm trying to make the best decision for us and what's in our charter and what's best for our residents. And if you come eighth, you know, this was the next person in line. So in that short period of time, and I think that's what we should follow, and we should. And I know we have to amend our charter, and I think this would be the right way to do, and we have to do that, of course, quickly. In the next upcoming year or in upcoming months, we should change the charter. We really have to make a lot of amendments, but this is one of them. We already discussed a few months ago that this is something we wanted to do when Mr. Byrd resigned. So we were kind of in the had a little problem as well. So nobody expected us to sit here again and say we have to fill a vacancy. We were not. We're certainly not. We were hoping that we don't have to do that because very unfortunate circumstance, of course. But I think this is the right thing to do. The eighth person, whoever that is, on the ballot should move up with the appropriate 40% from the voters.
Thank you. I seconded the motion. I feel a couple of things. I do feel that from a process, from a procedural standpoint, this is the appropriate process that we need to have in place. And when we come to a time when we are able to amend the charter, perhaps in August of the coming year, I do think this is what we should put in place. At the same time, I think that it should stipulate that it should be at the discretion of council. But if there's an election and there are 8 people that receive 40% of the votes or more, and for whatever the reason, one drops out, one is found not able to serve. I think that the next person should be considered, particularly if it's within 120 days of an election. It's within 3 months of an election. I think that the people have voted, and the charter is very clear about the need to receive at least 40% of the votes. So while I don't think that this motion is going to pass, I think this is the process that we should have in place. And it shouldn't really be about, at this point, about an individual, but it should be about the process that we're going through. So we can have a bit of council discussion, we can have a little bit of public input, but I'd like to quickly vote to see what happens so that we can discuss the next contingency if this does not have 4 votes to continue on. Mr. Roberts.
Well, I just want to let you know that if I'm still around when that discussion goes on, I'm going to be pushing for, and I may do it before, I'm going to be pushing for a charter change that will require an election, a special election, if a vacancy occurs within a certain amount of time from the next election, because I think that's like I said before, I don't think politicians could be picking their own people to serve next to them. That's just a recipe for disaster. And so
Do you want
that's
to
my
speak
opinion,
directly to the
like it or
motion as
not.
opposed to opining on other things? And, we're going to circle back. Are there other statements, thoughts from council before we move to some public comment? Are there any comments from the public on this issue, on this matter, the motion that we're considering right now? Mr. Learman.
We do have a hand raised online.
Okay.
Yeah, Trent Leon Learman. I spoke at the beginning, but this is kind of relevant. I think, as others have said, just it's so important that you all set up a policy that is not political. And, if you're saying that you're going to pick the 8th person, that is innately political because there was no process before that. And all of a sudden you're here saying that. So I think thinking about the questions is, what standard will the council use to pick the candidate and who is the most qualified? I think setting up the process now is the way to do it. I think, we can say that, yes, absolutely, Matthew Inzio got the highest number of votes total this election, but, this is the second election that he's running where he didn't get the votes needed to be on the council, right? So there's a lot of ways we can look at this. I'm saying, I think you guys have to set up the policy that says apolitical as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. There are other comments from the public? Other comments from council members, please?
We have a comment online, as I said, if you want
We
to.
can't, and I'm talking about the 40% that's needed to be on council. That was exactly, I'm not sure, 1,070 votes when I looked at the paper. We cannot ignore 1,070 votes. And there was a big gap between the other people who ran this election, November 7, 2023. You cannot just say, I don't like that person. I don't care what 1,070 people said. And 1,070 people was over 40% of the people who came out to vote. I think Emmett was the one with 2,000. I think everybody voted for Emmett at this time in this election, which is great, which is good. But we cannot say this is not a democratic way of doing it if you have 1,070 people saying they voted for this person, and it doesn't matter if it's Mr. Enzio or if it's Michael Hartman if he chooses to run for council or anyone. But you can't just say, oh, nobody voted for him. We didn't want him. So now we have to figure out something different. And what are we going to do then? We're going to vote until you're going to get your person there? This is not a democratic way to do this. And I'm sorry, and I really don't. But I mean, we've been talking about this over and over and over and over again. But there's only two ways of doing this. We either appoint somebody or we're going to have a special election. So special election is off the table. So we have to appoint somebody. The most logical choice for us to do is go to the 8th person who came 8th with 40+% with 1,070 votes that 1,070 people in our city have voted for.
Okay, there's a number of comments online. There's one individual that I can see with their hand up. Let's go to that individual with his hand up. Mr. Rudd, are you there?
Yes, I am, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. Briefly, I just wanted to say that Ms. Pope just quite eloquently expressed a lot of comments on point. I will point out that if council desires to continue moving forward with taking resumes, et cetera, when we need another council member urgently right now, you're going to have to weigh which person that might apply would already have over 1,000 votes and over 40% of the ballot. That person you can't ignore. The election barely happened a month ago. And how much longer is the city council and some citizens of Greenbelt going to put the family and the spouse of the deceased council member through this? There's a broad coalition in Greenbelt that want this matter resolved now. Cost, my gosh, just last Friday, Governor Moore addressed that we are facing an impending budget disaster. We can't afford this. And if we're going to have some type of referendum, as Mr. Roberts is proposing, non-binding, let's not fool ourselves. A non-binding referendum is an election and it is prohibited. Finally, I heard a gentleman speak about the Washington Post test. I say that the courage is to not care what's written up in the Washington Post, but to do the right thing. I hope 4 people tonight at the meeting are willing to do the right thing who vote and seat Matthew Inzio now. He was the next person in line. He got over 1,000 votes. He met the criteria. The election is barely a month old. And my gosh, Councilman Gordon's family wants him there as well and acknowledge it. Thank you for considering my request.
Thank you. Hey, there's a number of comments online. Michelle Zajac, she says, multiple comments have now discussed a specific individual. It is abundantly clear that you are speaking about an individual, not about a process, and multiple inappropriate comments have already been made about a specific individual without being shut down. We need to have clarity about what we are or are not talking about, and if certain council members are going to favor allusions to only one specific person, as has been the case so far, then those council members should have to recuse themselves from the conversation. Ed Fallon says something to Ms. Weaver about his previous statement that it was 7% of the registered voters selected candidate number 8, about 7%. 1,085.
Already
Okay.
getting my text messages, yeah.
Mr. Rudd has spoken. VC says, now that the motion has been made for the 8th place candidate, we are now talking about a specific person. That person will not address an abuse of power. You know, it needs to be addressed before the public in Greenbelt. I shouldn't have read that because we're talking about the process. And there's another comment specifically about Mr. Inzio. So, you know, I'm reading through these comments and we're circling. So I'd like to go ahead and call the question, or not even call the question. Let's just vote. Yeah, Ms. Weaver, please go ahead.
Yeah, this is a difficult situation because we're trying to talk about the process, but it is obviously also now we are, we know who the person who got the 8th number of votes is. And I think that that's the tricky part about not having a defined process in this. And all of the previous appointments to council that were made in the past, it was a process of calling for nominations, and then, some kind of interview process or public hearing, something like that. However, none of those those vacancies occurred so close after the election. And I think people have been talking about the democratic process and how it would be, and arguing that that we need to hear from the public about this. But the truth is that we did just have an election, and people chose the people they thought should be on council. And so while I don't like that our election process has very disparate participation from different parts of the city, that we hear most in elections, as in most other things, from certain parts of the city. We don't hear from the most marginalized communities. And I think that's something that we should work very hard to change, whether that means structuring our elections differently, whether that means working harder at voter engagement, not just before an election, but throughout the entire year. However, I think that the truth is we had an election and people voted, and we can't ignore that aspect either. And I'm not sure, it seems to me in some senses more undemocratic to ignore the recent election and go with a public hearings where we will hear from fewer people than we heard with just during the election, rather than going with the next person who met the 40% threshold. So while I regret that this has devolved into sort of by necessity discussion of a particular person, from a process standpoint, I think this is something worth codifying if we are this close to an election going forward, so we don't have to struggle with these choices. I also think that it is worth thinking about why our election results may be skewed and what we can do about that in terms of getting better engagement from more parts of the community. And yeah, I think it's just it's a tricky situation, and I think we need to change things so that we have better guidance going forward. But that doesn't necessarily change. My vote coming up here shortly, I think.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Let's go ahead and take a vote. Can you call the roll, please?
Ms. McKinney?
No.
Ms. Poppy?
No.
Ms. Pope? Mr. Roberts?
No.
Ms. Weaver?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes. So the motion fails. So that brings us to the next step, and I guess I'll make a motion, and that motion is that we open the nomination process up to other individuals, and that the individuals would need to meet the same criteria as previous candidates. They would have to submit their name or accept a nomination. They'd have to submit a petition with some signatures indicating that they have support in different parts of the city or some support. And they'd have to submit a financial disclosure, which would have to be vetted. And in honor, in recognition of what the charter says, I think that nomination period needs to be short. So I would propose that the nomination period be open just for 1 week. And at that time, I would ask the Board of Ethics to review the financial disclosures. As it stands right now, we could hold a special meeting on the 20th or the 21st or 22nd. The topic of the work session that's currently scheduled, I think this is not time sensitive, so I think that council could meet on Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday.
The 20th. Well,
So that would be my proposal, and after which council would interview the candidates. The candidates would have perhaps 5 or 10 minutes to speak on their own. Council would propose, a number of questions, the same questions to the individuals. And so that question and answer would be between council and the candidates. Afterwards, the public can weigh in with comments, but would not be directly addressing the candidates. And from there, council would make the decision. So that's my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, let's have some discussion, Ms. McKinney.
I think whatever process we take, and I do think that this should move forward as quickly as possible. I think the key here is, and Mayor Pro Tem spoke about ensuring that whatever we do and processes we're doing in the future are taking into account those communities that we may not have done the best outreach or engagement with in the future. So I just want to make sure that whatever process we take, that the voices from across our community are heard as strongly as those that most regularly speak in elections. But with that being said, I do think we still need to make an appointment, and we need to make it quickly.
Pro Tem?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think that we need to make sure that we are actively seeking out voices we don't hear from regularly. And I think part of that may be holding a public hearing in Franklin Park at Spring Hill Lake Rec Center, possibly at Shrum Hills Park. They could be, if they're recorded, they could potentially be, I suppose, simultaneous, and then council members could review that information, or we could choose different days. I think that we need to going this route, we need to make sure we hear from the widest cross-section of people possible, is my opinion. And I also think that at this point, we don't have another regular council meeting until January 8th. If we do some sessions next week, or even the first week in January, we can, I think it will not harm us to wait until the first meeting in January to appoint someone to the position. I think it possibly would be even January, the next meeting in January the 22nd. Might not be the end of the world, although I think that may be then stretching the as soon as possible. But I think at this point, I don't think we need to rush to do it before the end of this calendar year, because we don't have another regular meeting at this point until January 8th.
Mr. Roberts?
My only real problem with this proposal is the short period of time in which prospective candidates would have to make themselves known. I think 1 week is not enough. And as the Mayor Pro Tem just pointed out, we don't meet until the 8th of January. So I would say that the time frame in which people have to sign up should be at least that long. Because wait a minute, this is not a horse race, and as soon as possible doesn't mean in a week. We have to do something right, and you can't do it in a short period of time. So that's all I'm asking at this point. Give it a couple of weeks or whatever for people to at least know what's going on, because right now there's been very little public notice at all about this issue. So that's my problem. So if you want to change that, I'll vote for it. If not, I'm not voting for it. Thank you.
Can I clarify my comment, Mayor Jordan?
Oh, sure.
I don't have a problem with the 1 week timeline for people putting their candidacies forward. What I think that we need more time of is to get feedback from the public on those candidates. I think a week and a half for people to put their resumes forward or whatever application, that is, I am less concerned about that aspect of it and than having enough time for a process of selection among the people who put their names forward. So
And how
that's
do you
where I
propose
differ
that-
with what
Hold on,
Mr.
Mr.
Roberts
please
was
let her finish.
How do you
suggesting.
propose to let people know that this is going on in a week? How do you propose that?
So, Jenny,
The usual
you
ways we
should be able
do,
to
we
speak
put it in the news
first.
review, we put it in out on our social media, we ask people to share it via their personal networks, all the way we usually get information out.
Yeah, and I think the news review might be covering this meeting. I'm not sure. Okay, Ms. Pompey.
Yeah, my only concern would be we do put it in the news review, but the news review is really mostly only consumed by people here in Central Greenbelt. So I do have concerns with getting that information to East and West Greenbelt. I just don't know that the news review is enough for us to do that. I don't necessarily have a suggestion about the best way to do that, but maybe we can talk. Maybe there are some other community newsletters that we can reach out to. Like I know Greenbrier has. I don't know how frequently their newsletter goes out. Oh, so that's probably not not a good idea. But I know Greenbelt Station has information. I know that Franklin Park sends out regular emails. So I just want to make sure we're exploring all the options that we can to make sure as many people as possible know both about the process and so that they could, possibly apply if they want to and attend hearings if they want to. And my concern also, I do have some concern about the timeline as well, simply because there's a holiday and I worry about the availability of people to attend hearings and to and for the candidates to be prepared and be ready. So I would be interested in maybe we could ask the Board of Elections to help us come up with a timeline that seems expedient, but also gives enough time for people to apply and have input and to be informed that this is happening.
Hey, well, thank you. So the timeline that I proposed, the 1 week, that's a nod to the charter. And in the charter, they talk about in section number 20, I guess it is, they talk about the scenario where they have to have a special election. And, they said 1 week, and there's a reason for that. I think that is as soon as possible. Now, given there is a holiday coming up, and that sort of throws an additional wrench into things. But as far as it being well publicized, I think the passing of Rick Gordon has resonated throughout Greenbelt, throughout Prince George's County and beyond. So I think most people that have an interest in civic participation in the city of Greenbelt and being involved know that there is a vacancy. And as far as the participation in reaching out, particularly to apartment dwellers, I think there's an example this year, the new apartment development, Motiva. They had an internal forum. They publicized the election quite heavily, and yet it did not seem to really move the needle. Some of my colleagues on council, Mr. Roberts, a few elections back, stated that he knocked on every single door, left materials on every single door in Franklin Park, and yet it hasn't seemed to move the material. I agree that it's very, very important that we find a way to reach out to every single individual in the city of Greenbelt to make them aware of the fact that there are elections and their vote matters a great deal. Somehow, there still seems to be a gap in civic participation. So, I'm open to flexing a little bit on the deadline. I guess the part that I don't really have a good handle on is as far as vetting the financial disclosure form, whether or not the Board of Ethics can do that in a day or 2 days. They had a meeting on Thursday, and so I had put them on notice that there would be a possibility that they might have to meet to review some additional financial disclosures. But, I think a week, Monday, or maybe, 9 days until Wednesday, if council is willing, I'm willing to devote more personal time to this to make it happen. But to the extent of physically having a hearing public hearing or public forum. I just think that the virtual option seems to work better. And, when I first came on council, one of the things that I advocated for very strongly was actually holding work sessions in different parts of town. And we tried that. We tried that over a couple of years. And, so what do we need to do the move the needle? I'm not quite sure. But I am sure of the fact that the charter tells us that we have to fill this opening as soon as possible. That gives us some flexibility. I'm willing to work with council members to make that happen. But we need to make a decision. So, if that decision is to vote for, I'm sorry if this is boring you, Mr. Roberts. If the decision is to go this route and open up the nominations, council can hold a special meeting on Wednesday. We have time to publicize that, to further deliberate on how to engage and to get the word out to more people. If council is interested and willing to meet over the holidays, we can certainly do that. And I'll say it again, I'd like to, if at all possible, have a council member in place, not on the first, by the first meeting by the 8th of January. Ms. McKinney.
I have a question, maybe for Mr. Deloche, around where it says that, and this came from the Board of Election, action after hearing without voter referral, where it says we need to act promptly without significant costs, allowing residents who cannot attend a chance to make comments by text or email. So what I wanted to just clarify is there a difference in the option of simply giving our residents an opportunity to comment and then make a vote versus a public hearing where we're also then taking additional appointments and other candidates? I'm just trying to understand the difference in that language.
I think.
Go ahead, Mr. Deloche. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mayor. Did you want to clarify something before I said
I was
something?
just going to say, I think we can vote to put this process in place, and the question of how the public engagement happens, with the thought of council having a special meeting, having that short time frame for nominees to get their name in and to get their paperwork in, council having a public discussion with the candidates where the candidates can speak a bit and lay out their platform in 5 or 10 minutes and asking questions, then taking public comment subsequently it says by text or email. People do send letters still, and people can make phone calls. So, we could have that period open over the holidays and then actually, make the vote either at the meeting on the 8th or before then. It's just, we have a lot of business to take care of. We've got a lot of business to take care of tonight. So to extend the actual vote until the 22nd seems way too long. That's just not doable. Mr. Deloche, please go ahead.
I was going to echo your comments, Mayor. I think you can kill two birds with one stone there. If you are going to have public comment by the candidates, then you can have additional comments afterwards from the public, as you initially stated. But again, there's nothing stopping, residents from putting their comments, officially to the, by email before, or by letter, like you said. There's ways for them to comment. And it can be all done on the same day, or it can be done before you have your candidates night, for lack of a better term.
So
does that answer your question, man?
Does it answer your question? Or concern?
Yeah, I guess the concern is I feel like there's two options in that, right? There's the option of if you have a hearing that is opening up to additional candidates, and then there's simply the option of getting public comment on the candidates that were already voted for that should be put forth. That's two different things. And I just wanted to clarify what option B was, or what we are able to do. Does that make sense?
Okay. It does. So my proposal is that, open nominations, deadline next week, Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. Then council in an open setting interviews the candidates with a set of questions that we come up with. So that happens, and then there's public comment afterwards. We could actually leave the holiday period, the week in between, for additional public comments by email, by text, by letter, by carrier pigeon, whatever. And then we would vote on or before January the 8th, taking into account all the comments that come in from the public. And we've already gotten quite a few comments. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I was just going to address a little bit based on the historical research that I've done, that I think it varied a bit, whether at the public hearing, whether people were allowed to put names in ahead of time. Sometimes an advert was placed in the news review and people submitted resumes. Sometimes it was just council putting forward names. There was at least one instance in 1951 where a list of 10 nominees was presented for consideration, and they were the names printed in at that point, Cooperator news article, and none were added by members of council. So I would argue that in that case, it sounds like the predecessor of the news review actually made the nominations. So there's been quite a range. So I think we can decide if we want to have a public hearing that is just feedback on a list of candidates we've already gotten, or a public, at least based on historical precedent, a public hearing where additional names could be put into nomination at that point. I think that's up to us if we want to decide. And I don't know how the Board of Elections meant it, but at least in history, it's happened both ways.
Can I just ask a clarifying question? So we're talking about on candidates night, and that's my phrase, okay, the public hearing. Are we saying that we're gonna accept nominations from the floor?
I'm saying that has happened in the past, Mr. Deloach. That in past vacancies, from what I can tell in reading the news review, that has happened in the past. On the night that council selected a person to fill the vacancy, they took nominations from the floor. I'm not saying we have to do that.
That's not my
I'm
proposal.
just saying in history, it has happened. I'm not sure it's a good idea, but in history, it has happened.
Well, I think based on the motion that was made, the application deadline would have passed by then.
Yeah.
So I don't think anyone would be eligible to make a nomination from the floor, because they wouldn't have been vetted at that point. They would have missed the deadline. They wouldn't be vetted to make sure that they are a proper candidate, and they would have they haven't filed their financial disclosure. So taking it from the floor based on the mayor's timeline, I don't think that's feasible based on the motion.
Yeah. And I don't know if by any chance there's anybody from the Board of Ethics on the line or listening in, but if you could possibly call in, or if you're on Zoom, that might simplify the process a little bit, just as far as the amount of time that it would take to vet the financial disclosures. Let's circle around, Mr. Roberts and Ms. Poppy.
The only thing I want to say is stop being in a hurry, because I don't want to go to meetings, on Christmas Eve or, New Year's or whatever it is. I want to enjoy a little bit of my, life. And number two, if you want to go by the historical record, there's always been, I don't know, there's been times when it took 60 days to appoint some. There are times apparently when they just didn't appoint anyone and they let the time expire, and the next election took over and that was the end of it. They didn't appoint anyone. So there's all kinds of things there. And what is absolutely clear is, 60 days, if another council took 60 days to do it, there's no reason that we have to rush, during a holiday and only give people, 4 or 5 days to decide whether they want to throw their hat in the ring, or whether, someone else wants to, nominate someone or whatever it is. There's no reason to rush. There is no reason to do that. And I don't care what you say, but as soon as possible doesn't mean 1 week. As soon as possible means as soon as possible. And there's no way to define it whether you like it or not. And we have plenty of time, because even if it took 6 months, that's still a lot of time left in the council term. So, just quit rushing and, give people time to deliberate so that we can have a fair process at least. Some kind of fairness is all I'm looking for.
Um, I just don't quite agree with you, Mr. Roberts. I don't think we're rushing. Yeah, I don't, because for the new council members that are coming on, it takes a while to actually get oriented. We're going into the budget process, and most council members take the budget process very seriously and do a lot of reading and preparation. And I think it's important for the new council members to get in the habit of doing that. Ms. Pompey.
Yeah, I was just going to comment with regards to the deadline. Whenever we set it, I think just conferring with city staff and making sure that they're able to be ready. Like they're able to get everything online. It does take a little bit of time to get things online and things like that. So just consult with them about when day one is, so that we can make sure that they're actually able to do their own due diligence and get things in order.
That's a good point. Mr. Samarone, what do you think?
I think based on the process that you've outlined, that you open the nomination process for candidates who meet the criteria, must submit petition, financial disclosure, and have a submission period of 1 week. On our end, to meet that requirement, we can update a website within a couple hours. The issue is the distribution channels in which it goes out to. We put it online, put it on social media, that's almost instantly. If you want to reach the folks that are not on our Facebook or YouTube channels, then we're relying on the Greenbelt News Review, which will be published on Thursday. Wednesday for Thursday distribution. So that reduces the timeline for anyone who's relying on the newspaper for their news.
Well, I would be comfortable in, extending things just a bit. So, the nomination process would open up on Monday. It would be published in the News Review on Wednesday evening. It could close on Wednesday, and then council, instead of meeting on Wednesday, could meet on Thursday or Friday. Just saying. I'm flexible, but we need to.
December, right?
I guess it is.
10 days, right?
First.
Next Wednesday.
Hope your light is not on. I can't hear you.
By next Wednesday.
Just the 20th, actually.
The 20th, that will be the 20th.
Council would meet on the Thursday or maybe Friday. Council would work over the next week or so to pull together a few questions, and the passing of Council Member Gordon, it's the whole city, the whole county is in shock. So it's not as though people do not know that there is a vacancy to fill. So I would contend that the charter is pretty clear in implying what as soon as possible means. Now, there's some constraints with staff, with the communications channels that are available. But that's the proposal, the motion. And I'm also feeling like we should just take a vote and kind of move forward with this idea of opening up the nominations, and we can still work out some of the details between now and then. And if necessary, we can have a special meeting, and we have time to actually advertise. If we can get something in the News Review that would come out this Wednesday, so the public notice in the News Review would and can in fact happen. In the interim, if council needs to have a special meeting to work out some of the details on public forums or whatever we want to do, let's do it. But we're spinning our wheels here. We need to fill the vacancy. I do feel a great sense of urgency because of the business that that's facing us. And as I said again, most council members who are sitting right here right now take their responsibilities seriously and put a great deal of time into studying and preparing for meetings and reading the packets and whatnot. Ms. Pope, were you going to say something?
Well, I just wanted to make sure that if this is the route we're going, that we're nailing down the dates. Like definite dates. Because I don't want to walk out of here tonight and then we're like, well, we set the 21st. No, maybe we do the 22nd. I don't want that. If that's the way we're doing it, then let's set the dates now.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I guess I don't really see the purpose if we're not going to appoint someone to the seat until the first meeting in January on January 8th. I'm not really sure that I see the purpose of having council meet and ask questions of the candidates on the 21st and 22nd right before the holidays. We have our next regular meeting is January 8th. We could open it up. We could allow a little bit more time for staff as well as to advertise it more broadly, maybe not all the way to the beginning of January, but if we allowed 2 weeks, for example, it's published in the News Review on the 14th, then make the deadline, for example, the 28th. We could the first week in January, then have our discussions and candidate hearings or, our candidate interviews. And then we make a selection on January 8th. I think that I'm not sure that as I think about it more and as I listen to people's comments, although I initially was thinking, oh, yeah, a week doesn't seem bad. We could get that. But why are we rushing when we could make an appointment by January 8th? We don't need to have a special meeting of council next week. We could give some more time for candidates, more time for comment from the public. We could release the names of the candidates on the 28th, have, a week or so for feedback from the public, and then make our decision on January 8th.
If I could respond, I guess my sense of urgency, that will in fact push this process out to beyond the 2-month period. The individual would still need to be sworn in, the orientation. So, I feel a real sense of urgency. I think we need to get in front of this and to get on with it. Let's take some comments from the public.
It wouldn't be 2 months. It would be 43 days between the time of the vacancy and the time of the appointment.
Well, just from the original vacancy, the election,
No, that's
November
43
7th.
days from the vacancy until the time of the appointment. I have a spreadsheet, don't I? Yeah, it would be less than.
It's less than 2 months.
Right. About a month and a half, really.
From November 7th to January 8th.
Not for the vacancy didn't occur November 7th. The vacancy occurred November 26th.
Okay, but the last election.
But that's not what
Okay.
we're discussing. We're discussing the vacancy.
Let's take some public comment. Mr. Hartman and then Mr. Herling. And there's a bunch of questions online. Ms. Pope or Mayor Pro Tem, can you kind of see some of the questions? Can you help me? It looks like there's 16 Q&As.
There's a number of comments. I think some are holdovers from before.
Mr. Hartman,
and then
please.
One hand raised.
Michael Hartman, 2 Court Garden Way. Whatever way you do reach out to people, I would ask that you reach out to people in language that they access information and that you use the channels that people use to access information. The News Review is very limited for the most part, and I think it's critical that you reach out to everyone in the city so that they get the information that they can have in the language that they use and that in the way that they access. Just another point. I don't know when Greenbelt East and Greenbelt West were developed, but if you're looking at historical procedures or the way things were done, either timelines or whatever, remember that Greenbelt was just where GHI is now. And so the ways that people communicated in the 30s and 40s and 50s is not the way that you communicate now, because you have a much larger area of people to communicate with. So historical precedents or even timelines that were developed way back in the 30s or 40s may not be practical or reasonable in today. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Hey, looking back at the charter, I noticed that there were amendments to the time frames and whatnot. It was back in 1975, so it was not that long ago. Mr. Hurling.
Yeah, I think in looking back at history and learning from history, go back to when Richard Costali left the city council and Jay Davis and Bob Zugby and I think a couple other people were interviewed, and it was open. I'm not sure there was like real live public input, but I know it was open when they were interviewed by the members of the council. So look at that example. And I think that the major challenge really is how we communicate, because all of us have had frustrating experiences when we've been trying to get the news out to different parts of the town. It's already been referred to already. And the thing is that what also has to happen to make this an effective way of connecting with people throughout the community is to really touch base with the folks, for example, at the Franklin Park, the business office, because, and you talk about, well, gee, the news review is not getting out and so forth. And now they say everybody gets the internet and so forth. But they've got to promote within that respective community, with the effective ways that they are using to communicate. I mean, I think you could go through all as to whenever you do this, if you do not get folks who are with the respective business offices to really get behind this, then you're going to have the experience where everybody here in this room that has ever campaigned knows the experience. And when you look at the basic, at the base of the mailboxes, and if people, number one, Michael, thank you very much for raising the point for the Hispanic community as well as other communities. But if you do not know what the news review is, and you live in an area of the city that has not had that kind of connection, then having it dumped down the news review with uh, other publications and advertisements, people say, "What the heck is the news review?" So I'm just saying, I don't have a specific way, but except for to say to connect with the respective business offices around town so that it can get out most effectively. And you're talking about doing it in a fairly short period of time.
2 minutes. Thank you, thank you. Those are both really insightful comments. Mr. Samarone has already referenced optimizing the use of the various channels that are available, both in print, electronic, and of course, person to person is the most powerful way. And to the extent that the residents here in the room and throughout the community make it a point to communicate the importance of this filling this vacancy, I think that's really the most effective way to do outreach. So I don't disagree with you all. Mr. Schachter, please.
Leon Schachter, 9B Parkway, apartment 101. In the interest of full disclosure, I'm very interested in being selected for this vacancy. Now, having gotten that out of the way, I have the impression from various comments that have been made the other night and again tonight that you're going to require signatures, nominating signatures. I think you need to decide on how many signatures are going to be required and what is a reasonable period of time for candidates to accumulate those signatures. And whatever you decide, I'll comply with, but I think you need to make that objective and reasonable and get the word out as to what the requirements are.
Well, thank you, thank you. My proposal was that the nominees would meet the same standards as any other nominee for office. So implicit in that would be 50 signatures, which is, that's not that hard. Financial disclosures in a week. Yeah, I think it's very doable. So a couple more public comments, and we need to vote to make a decision to move ahead. And by dividing, if we have to divide this process up, to make a decision, we should go ahead and do that so that we can move ahead. I know at least one council member is not going to be here in January. So, and if we can kind of cut back on the crosstalk, it's not polite to really do that. But speaking of not polite, and please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Julie Winters, Eastway. I just wanted to say that I thought what Mayor Pro Tem Weaver said about a timeline was really humane, and it gives people a chance to consider, because although we've all known about this vacancy, not everybody's had a time to consider whether they might want to run themselves or whether there are people that they might want to nominate. So it gives people a little bit of time to give some thoughtful consideration to that. And also, Mayor Jordan, you've mentioned a number of times this idea of 1 week because of the charter mentioning it in the context of runoffs. And I just want to point out that with runoff elections, of course, everybody's a known quantity because everybody is already, they've been candidates and people know who they are. So having a little bit more time, as Ms. Weaver suggested, I think would be pretty good all around. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Orleans?
Bill Orleans still, and I'd also like to engage in full disclosure. I am not all interested in being selected in this process. Of course, there's little doubt of that, little chance of that. Michael, Mr. Hartman alluded to what may not have been practical, or what was practical in the 30s and 40s may not be practical today. I'd like to pick up on that idea. In 1937, the practice of democracy in Greenbelt was only marginally better than the practice of democracy 140 years earlier when the Constitution was written and adopted. I'm not interested in what council, ultimately, I'm not interested in what council does in this moment and for the next several weeks. Earlier, it was suggested, I thought, by the mayor that in August, council might consider wholesale amendments to our charter. I don't think council need wait that long. I don't think the residents should expect council to wait that long. I think we should expect them to act sooner than in August. It has been suggested to council for 15 years at least that the charter be changed to allow for a special election to fill vacancies. Also has been suggested for 15 years that we should move to electing council by districts. One of the concerns raised by many people appropriately is that Franklin Park, at least, is without representation on council. If we were to elect by districts, whether or not we were to include Franklin Park with Greenbelt Station, it's at least possible that since we have a 7-member council, Franklin Park, or at least substantially a part of Franklin Park, would have its own council district. And upon the vacancy, if the vacancy were to occur again in Franklin Park, the special election would only be within the council district from the member who served from that district if she or he vacated for any reason their council
2
seat.
minutes.
I'd like to suggest that council need not wait till August. It should consider various amendments to our charter. I'm opposed to one that the mayor's in favor of, but various amendments to our charter sooner than later.
Thank you so much. So at this time, City Manager.
I have some suggestions in terms of timeline. If council's intent is to make an appointment on January 8th, there are 2 work session options available between now and then. That's the 20th, that we have the municipal building architecture study update and gate, which I think it's not time sensitive. We have an opening for January 3rd. So if your interest is to move the process along, you can set the submission date 2-3 weeks out and meet in one of those work sessions to iron out the additional details, such as the hearings, any public meetings you want to have, or those dates could become the public meeting dates.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I guess I didn't realize that when you said met the same requirements for as a regular election that you were also referring to the signatures. I'm not sure that I think that's a necessary thing. I think that submitting a resume and statement of intent seems to be more reasonable in this sort of election. I don't know or at least a fewer number of signatures. So I just want to say that for the record. I don't think that I was thinking of those qualifications as being, a registered voter above 18, all of those things that are required, living resident of Greenbelt, all of those things is what I was thinking of when you said meet all the regular requirements. But I think also just related to what Mr. Samaron just said, I think that we have, January 3rd sounds like a great night to do a public meeting. We may want to do some others that week if we can do on nights we maybe don't always have work sessions. But certainly that night as a public hearing on the candidates, and then allow a couple of weeks for applications. I don't think we need to make it a week at this point. But I will also point out that there is Dominic has had his or her hand up for quite some time virtually.
Yeah, thank you. I think there's some miscommunication about public hearing on the candidates. You've said that a couple of times, and that's not what I've proposed. I'm proposing a process where council will interview the candidates, council will come up with a list, perhaps informed by the public, of questions to pose to each of the candidates. So after that, there would be public comment, but it is not a hearing in the sense. Well, let me back off a little bit. It's not, the public would not be engaged in confronting or asking the candidates particular questions. I think it's council's responsibility to do that from what the charter has said.
So let's do that on January 3rd.
Okay, I still think that that's pushing the process out pretty far, so I'm not that enthused about it, but we need to make a decision. Ms. Pope, you seconded my motion. What do you think?
Can you repeat your motion?
Well, it was to open the nominations up to the public, and that the period for nominations would open immediately and would be closed on the 20th, and that the nominees would need to conform to the same guidelines that are set out in the charter for candidates, which would include accepting a nomination if it's not a self-nomination, submitting signatures, 50 signatures, petitions to document support from other parts of the city or just some gauge of support, and submitting a final financial disclosure. Now, the financial disclosure, of course, they need to be 18. They need to meet the same criteria as any other candidate for council.
Right. I think it has to be the same criteria because you want to make it fair and equal, right? You can't just now change the rules and say, okay, you don't need to bring this documentation. That's not a very democratic thing to do.
Right.
So
the proposal would be at some point next week, council would with that deadline of the 20th, next Wednesday, after the publication of the news review, the second news review, council would hold a public hearing, where the candidates would have an opportunity to speak, perhaps 5 minutes. Council can kind of nail that down. Council would pose questions to the candidates. The public afterwards would be able to weigh in with public comment. And then subsequently, I'm willing, on the 3rd, or perhaps at some point as soon as possible, council would meet and actually vote. Maybe I need to be more clear about that. I suppose January 3rd we could vote, but I'm really hesitant about dragging this out. The budget is coming up. ARPA decisions need to be made. There's just a whole lot of business. And we've already got 2 new council members, and to have a 3rd, and with Mr. Samaron being the capable individual that he is, still, it's his first time in perhaps making modifications to the budget process. So we got to get this done.
So if January 3rd is your goal date, right, to select someone?
Yes.
Okay, when can we swear this person in then? Immediately?
Yes, I can.
After we select it,
I can
that person?
swear. I can swear, just as I swore counsel in. I can swear this individual in.
Okay, then
Yes.
let's do that.
Okay, so you're okay.
Can I
It's sort of
virtually
like a
vote
friendly.
on this because I will not be here on January 3rd?
I think you'll have to. So that's the proposal. Take a couple of questions, then let's vote. Mayor Pro Tem, well, actually, Mr. Roberts, you've not had a chance to speak. Mr. Roberts.
So I'm sitting here wondering, why are you going to require people to get signatures when there's no election? You know, if you're going to appoint someone, why would they have to go out and get 50 signatures? That seems, you know, a little strange to me.
Application process should be the same.
Qualification?
When you pick
Signatures
up your, when you
don't
pick up,
qualify you.
when you pick up your council packet, there are certain things that we have to do.
There's
And
no
if you don't
coun-
do them, you're not going to go on the
There's no
ballot.
council packet here.
It doesn't
This
matter.
is
It's
this
the
is
same.
not an election. You're appointing someone.
Well, yeah, but
And you're
the
doing it in a big
qualifications-
and you're doing it in a big hurry.
Qualifications
So to
for
tell some,
appointment
wait a
should be the
minute.
same as
Can I
the
please?
nomination process. So how long are you going to speak?
Well, you know, I have a right to speak for however long council members get to speak, which is like 5 minutes. So why do you keep cutting me off? I don't really understand.
Kind of
Because
circling around and saying the
I'm not
same things.
circling around.
It
This is the
almost
first
seems like you're
time-
just trying to
this
be
is the first
difficult.
time I've
Let's get this
mentioned-
done. Council needs to work together for a change, please.
You're not working together because you're just insisting on having your way.
You're doing the
And
same
that-
thing. So your motion didn't make it.
No, I'm trying
My
to get it
motion
so,
didn't
I'm
make
trying
it.
to make it so the citizens have a say.
No, let's
But
make
you don't
it.
want
No.
the citizens to have
We
a
have to
say.
find a middle
You
ground.
want to have all the say.
We have to have a middle ground and agree on it. We are 6 people. We have to.
Let's
we
just
are-
vote on it.
Unfortunately,
Let's vote on it and be done with it.
unfortunately, we have to do this task.
Thanks
So
for your
let's
input.
find a middle ground. Your motion didn't make it. My motion didn't make it. But I'm still. We're gonna have to work together on this. Otherwise, nothing's gonna get done. We're gonna sit here in a month doing the same thing.
And we do need to have 4 votes to move forward.
You have to, take a little, give a little. Let's just get this task done. Let's get this moving.
So,
You don't
Madam,
get what you
Madam
want.
Clerk,
We don't get what we want. But let's move. Let's
would
work
you
together and find a solution.
call the roll for us, please.
Ms. McKinney?
Yes.
Ms. Poppy?
Yes.
Ms. Pope?
Yes.
Mr. Roberts?
No.
Ms. Weaver?
I don't like this timeline, no.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
The
So
motion passed.
the motion passes. Thank you so much. So we need to get this information in the news review. This staff is going to have to do a lot of work, and it kind of comes back to the residents who are so passionate about making this vacancy, filling it. It's not just about council, it's not about staff, it's about all of us working together. So if you are passionate about the vacancy and getting the right person there, you need to talk it up, and you need to share the information, personal contact. We're all in this together. It's not our job, it's not staff's job, it's all of our responsibility as residents to work together. So, thank you for helping us to reach this decision. We're continuing to be open to emails, text messages, letters. We read them, we think about it, because we are representing all of you. And that's a responsibility we all take really seriously. Mr. Roberts, will you please watch your language? I think I heard some profanity coming from your side. So, well, you're entitled to your opinion, just as I'm entitled to mine. Let's go ahead and move on to the rest of the agenda as best we can. And I have to take a bio break. Can we break for 5 minutes? I need to.
Yes, go ahead.
And we have coffee too, if we need some caffeine.
Do I need to make a motion to recess? I make a motion to recess for 5 minutes?
5 minutes.
Seconded.
Seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, that passes. Thank you.
For me, I don't plan on being here till 3 o'clock in the morning.
Well, I'm gonna get.
Mayor, do you still need me?
Because I need something for my throat. Oh my God.
I think
yeah.
probably not, Jason.
I'm tired.
Okay, well, if you.
That was like inappropriate. You have a right to talk. So I'm
Well,
sorry
apparently
did
I
that.
don't, because the mayor doesn't think I have a right
Well,
to
I
speak.
should have done that to you.
Yeah. So why should I? Maybe you need to, maybe they need to. Maybe
No, it doesn't happen like that.
as Greenbelt, I want to be in, to tell you the truth.
I hope we'll come back. I hope we'll speak up again. And I hope that if you think that they should wait to change the charter, that you'll say so. Thank you.
Or no, wait, no. Roosevelt got shot in the chest once and kept on speaking.
But I did hear.
It's not profanity.
And then another mutual friend told me how it'll completely.
Tomorrow, you think it has whatever notice? Yeah, but if the city, yeah, the city's announcing. No, I think. Whoever's presiding says, no, you may not. It's essentially a division of the House in any other parliamentary form, but he can ask, he appeals to the decision of the chair. And that means that each member of council, or it could be you, Jenny.
Right.
If the presider says, no.
Right.
You know, you make a suggestion or proposal or a motion.
Yeah.
and he says,
All right, just put lotion on it if you don't mind. Thank you.
See you here and, you know.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It's a. Yes.
In this instance, Rodney is right and Emmett Jordan is wrong.
Well, you know, he didn't clearly articulate the motion. But
Did you get cocoa?
oh, I got this cold coffee and put some creamer in there. It's all lumpy.
That's really disappointing, Mayor Jordan. I mean, you sound exactly as disappointing. You look as disappointed in it as you sound. You're like, this is not. Oh, it's cracked up to be.
Together in this stuff, just antagonism. It's just unnecessary.
Yeah.
It's not neighborly. And, you know, it's almost like bullying.
You know, I have to hear
Yes.
like more than ever.
Rick used to
Yeah.
complain about.
I'm just saying, but you know, I don't know.
Bottom line, you know, we really do have to work together to get stuff done. So to the extent that I'm respectful of people and listen to their comments,
Yes, I think that's true.
that's unfortunate. I'm gonna bang the gavel because I want to get out of here.
What?
I'm gonna bang the gavel, and we can go on to item number 14.
So, are you going to bring that up, and then how is this going to work?
Well, I'm gonna
Talk
bring
me
it up.
through it, Mayor.
I'm going to bring it up. I'm going to read these comments. Maybe not completely. I'm going to ask you to talk a little bit of it. I had a chance. I talked to the police chief, Aziz,
Yeah.
on Saturday, and as we were talking about the model of the SROs,
Right.
where Greenbelt recruits or supplies the individual, and we pay for the uniform and
Right.
the equipment, kind of sweetening the pie. I think that's a good model. He was kind of open to that.
Yeah.
A couple of things I didn't realize, and I'm going to say this again. I didn't realize the crossing guards are unionized. Did you know that?
I didn't. I mean, I guess I didn't know that. I guess it makes sense though that they are.
They are directly under the police department.
Right. Yeah. So it makes sense that they are because of that.
Let's get back to work.
Oh, I need to.
Wow.
Oh, come on. Have a good night.
This is a little awkward.
Yeah.
Mayor, do you want to go item by item?
Yeah.
Okay.
Quickly. Hey, so let's reconvene the meeting. Mayor Pro Tem, are you there?
Is there mics on?
No, here we go. So let's.
Mic's not on.
Testing.
Test.
Okay, we're back.
Testing one. Okay. So let's go on to the next item on the agenda. Let's move to item number 14. And that is the Prince George's County crossing guard shortage. Councilmember Pompey requested this item be added to the agenda for council discussion. The context of recent fatal car accident involving school children at a school crosswalk has highlighted significant concerns regarding school safety, particularly focusing on the shortage of crossing guards and the limited presence of county police at schools. Councilmember Pompey initiated a discussion about the county's current inability to fill crossing guard vacancies, proposing a shift of this responsibility to the municipalities. Council members Gordon and Sickly Pope also raised concerns about the need for increased police presence during key school hours. So a couple of proposals on the floor. Number one, transferring the crossing guard responsibilities, proposing an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding with the county to transfer the funding and hiring authority to the city of Greenbelt, or more generally to municipalities. Number two, enhancing police presence at the schools, recommending a letter to the county school board and county the police department, urging them to increase police presence around schools, especially during student arrival and departure times. And finally, a collaborative effort with the county authorities, engage a joint task force with the municipal and county officials to address these safety concerns holistically, ensuring both a short-term and long-term solution. So, Councilmember Pompey, thank you for bringing up this issue. I know it's something that you're passionate about, and obviously it's a huge problem. We do not have enough crossing guards at the high school. Our kids are trying to make their way across Greenbelt Road, Route 193, with no assistance. At the middle school, I believe they do have a crossing guard, but it's not acceptable, the situation that we have. So thank you for bringing this up. Would you like to comment?
Yeah, sure. So obviously, as the mayor said, this came out of, so this is actually discussion the mayor and I had before I was even elected. We had talked about the crossing guard issue at Roosevelt, because it's a big, I have a child at Roosevelt. This is a very big issue for parents there. It's very dangerous the way children cross that street, the way parents stop to drop off their children, like, and stop in traffic. The sidewalk is very thin. There's no protection. So there's a lot of issues for our school, but the recent fatal car accident in Riverdale Park really kind of highlighted that this is not just an us issue. This is really countywide. And I lived in Riverdale Park for many years, and my children attended that elementary school. I'm very familiar with that intersection. And it was quite tragic because that particular crossing guard who worked that intersection for 23 years, and she just retired last year, and they hadn't been able to fill her position. So it was particularly heartbreaking that happened. So in working with and talking with some other activist parents from up and down the Route 1 corridor, one of the things that sort of came to our mind was that, you know, these vacancies aren't being filled, but this is possibly something that we could just do better. You know, we could just do it better on a local level, because these people who want to take these positions live here in these communities. You know, people want to be crossing guards in their own communities. It's often retired folks or stay-at-home parents who take these jobs. So they're already here, they're living here, and we might just have better access to them, and we just might be able to better fill those spots. So one of the ideas that we had was possibly seeing if the county would be willing to enter into an MOU with us and give us the funds so that we can go ahead and make these hires. I don't know how many crossing guards are at Spring Hill Lake.
There's one.
Yeah. So, I mean, when my kids were in elementary school, I think there were 6 crossing guards in our neighborhood. So we really need a lot more crossing guards. And then the idea of the enhanced police presence, I mean, the Prince George's County Police are responsible for staffing those crossing guard positions, and possibly working with them to have some kind of system, whereas if there's a vacancy, they're sending an officer to work those intersections, or if they can't send an officer, maybe they contact the municipal police department. We're the third line of defense, like, just so that we have something in place, like that we know that our children are going to be safe and they're going to be protected. And then, you know, the joint task force was just another idea where we all sort of come together and try to hammer out other solutions, because the problem is, I mean, you know, it's just not working. Like, whatever's happening now is clearly not working. And just saying, well, we're just going to put the police there and they're just going to watch the intersection, that's not enough. Like, we need people who are dedicated, who are in those jobs, who have the training, who have the skills, who have the time. Because often when they send police officers to those intersections, if there's an emergency, they have to leave immediately. So it's much better for us to have dedicated crossing guards. So that's
Well, thank you for bringing this issue to light. I was mentioning, I was at an event on Saturday, and I got a chance to talk with Prince George's County Police Chief Aziz. And actually, at this event, he was talking about the shortage of crossing guards as well. So it's a countywide problem. that maybe the model that we have in place for our school resource officer, where the county reimburses the city for the salary and we augment the salary. We pay for the car and the equipment that the police officer is using. So by way of that partnership, which is through an MOU, we can sweeten the pot a little bit. And yes, I agree. We probably can do a better job of recruiting. Now, Chief Aziz brought up a couple of points that I didn't realize. I didn't realize that the crossing guards are actually unionized. And he was saying that the recruitment challenge is just people apply and they don't follow through. And there's the issue about being assigned to more than one school. So those are all important points to take into consideration. So I'd like to move that we go ahead and send a letter to Prince George's County and to the police department, because the crossing guards do report directly through the police department, county police department, asking them, proposing the idea of some sort of an MOU that mirrors our school resource officer agreement, where so bringing up the idea of establishing an MOU so that the municipalities can directly participate. Also, the idea, basically the three proposals that are outlined here in the comments. And the task force idea, I think, is good. And I think that's something we can actually share with the Prince George's County Municipal Association and have a lively discussion on forming a task force. But this is an urgent problem, and I think we need to try and address it short term. So this letter that I propose and moving that we write talks directly about an MOU with the county police department for the transfer or share the responsibility for funding and hiring crossing guards in the city of Greenbelt. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, Mr. Cimarron?
Since we drafted these comments for the packet, I've had the opportunity to check with police chief, who is enthusiastic about the opportunity, however, expressed some significant concerns around the recruitment, retention, and hiring of the crossing guards. Now, chief, I don't want to speak for you, but
yeah, absolutely. Good evening, Mayor, Council. I would be very reluctant to want to take on this responsibility from the county. While I understand the importance of the positions, trying to fill those positions is going to be extraordinarily difficult. In addition to just hiring the people, we have to think about equipment, outfitting, supervision. You're adding layers on top of what we already do, and potentially 6 to 8 employees to the police department that then have to be supervised by a supervisor. There's a whole budget that's going to have to go with them. We already struggle to recruit and retain police officers and civilian staff, and adding an additional layer of staff that will now have to recruit, retain, train, and keep up to date is just a layer of responsibility that I wouldn't want to take on just out of the blue. In my previous life, I worked for a police department that had crossing guards. We had 10 crossing guards. Maintaining those 10 crossing guards was very difficult to always have staff. If one of them calls in sick, you have to have backup crossing guards. So if you only have 6 positions, you need to employ 8 to 10 people to make sure you always have somebody to cover them. When they call in sick and there's nobody to cover, that means you're pulling police officers off the road to cover those assignments. It's better that we leave it with the county. I realize that's not they are having struggles with recruiting and retention just like anybody else is going to have. But it's a responsibility, I think, while we should encourage them to do more, it's a responsibility I think we should definitely leave with the county and not take that on. The other ideas in terms of working with the county to provide additional security around the schools, we already do a number of those things. The school property itself is the county's jurisdiction, but the surrounding areas are our jurisdiction. We have the SRO, as you're aware of, at Eleanor Roosevelt. We also have an ongoing everyday afternoon detail around the middle school. That is our evening patrol shift covering along with our Franklin Park officer. So we're already doing a lot to try to supplement around the schools with school security, but taking on an additional responsibility that is the crossing guards is not something that I would recommend.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I still think that we should send the letter and propose the idea of some kind of an MOU where we can augment, leave the responsibility with them, but somehow augment the package that crossing guards are getting if they're working in Greenbelt. I don't know, but let's send a letter and talk about it. but I hear you, and I agree with your thoughts and concerns. Yes, Ms. Pope.
Thanks. Thank you. Yes, and I think I agree with Chief Powers. And I know it's a big problem with crossing guards because I work at Spring Hill Lake Elementary School, and we have one crossing guard, and it is difficult for that crossing guard. And when she's not here, when she's sick, then our vice principal is out, our principals are out there, our vice principal is out there, teachers out, whoever's available needs to puts on that vest and goes out there, and it can get tricky. So it is difficult, and I do appreciate that our own our Greenbelt Police Department comes around when on occasion. Even though if we don't ask for it, they always come and drive through and make sure we're okay. But of course, they can only do that if there's time, of course. But we do appreciate that, and we see you. Thank you. I do think we need to stress with the county police that because the schools come under Prince George's County Police, even if something happens inside the school or on school grounds, the first call goes to the county police. The second call goes to the city. Just more so we're informed. But I think that the county really has to step up a little bit. And I know everybody has challenges with staffing. I understand. But schools are important. Our children are important. And those kids, the two little kids in Riverdale Park, which is so sad because they did the right thing. They were in a crosswalk and they had, I think, a parent with them, and it still happened, and it should not happen. But it did, and it's so unfortunate. And every day I'm scared that this could happen. This could happen anywhere, but it could happen at Spring Hill Lake as well, or at Greenbelt Elementary School, right? Or even the high school. But we do have to stress with the county that I think they need to realize that this schools is one of their responsibilities. And it'd be just nice for us to see them more often respond to, when kids come walking to school or at a dismissal time. So I think maybe that gets forgotten sometimes. But so I am in favor of a letter, but I do not think that we should hire and employ our own crossing guards.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts.
Well, I know I went to school a long time ago. Things were different back then, but yeah, it seems to me that way back when we had crossing guards that were volunteers, and not only that, but we had some of the kids were actually crossing guards. You went, you were trained, you had your little belt and all this stuff, your colored vest and everything. And I don't know if there,
have some.
I mean, does that still happen, or is that is it only like a union thing now? Everyone's hired, or what?
I was a crossing guard. I was a captain. I know the badge and my sign. I'd be out there.
They help.
That's right.
They help maybe on the sidewalks with the kids to stop the kids not to run across the street and stuff. But they're not going outside in the middle of the road and stopping cars.
I have another question. What is the distance from which the county deploys crossing guards? How far from the school? Is it only the intersection right next to the school, or how far is that?
I don't know exactly what their formula is, but it's not only the intersections right next to the school. I think it depends on the roadways surrounding the school, the number of the student population, if there are a lot of walkers. Because I know when we lived in Riverdale, we had 3 crossing guards in a row on Taylor Street, helping the kids cross 410 and then helping them cross the next 2 intersections. But we also had 2 more crossing guards 4 blocks away. So I think it just depends on the volume of kids and the volume of traffic. I'm sure they have some kind of math or way that
it doesn't extend out as far. In other words, they have a distance from which kids would have to walk.
Yeah, I think it's about a mile.
It doesn't extend that far, I assume.
I don't think it extends that far. And I know that at Roosevelt, we've been there for 3 years, and there's only been the one crossing guard that's on Greenbelt Road that helps the kids cross those, which we don't have now. But we never had any in central Greenbelt helping them get across that road. And I know that we do have crossing guards. I think there are a couple at Greenbelt Elementary, but not enough. The parents said it's not enough. And
just one at the middle school.
I think there's one.
The French immersion?
Yeah, there's
Dora
one out there.
Kennedy's one? And I'm not sure if the middle school actually has one. I don't think I've seen one now, but I'm not sure.
It sounds like we're in agreement that some kind of
Need to come up
correspondence
with a
needs to go on.
formula for what we would like to see as far as how many guards and stuff like that before we even consider, because I kind of agree. I don't know that we should be hiring, the guards. I think maybe that is a good thing for the county to do. But, I think we have to have a better idea of how many we really need, it seems to me.
Those are great points. I do think we should go ahead and send a letter. That was the motion. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I was going to ask about that because the background information talks about the 85 existing vacancies, which I assume is not Greenbelt only. But it would be useful to have a better sense of sort of what is the exact situation with our schools in Greenbelt and how many they would like to have, how many they actually have, how many are we missing, and even short of taking on the full responsibility for the crossing guards, given some of Chief Bauer's concerns. I don't know if there's some way we can, I don't know if there's some way we can still help recruit crossing guards, or if there's some particular things we can work with the county on that, short of actually taking over responsibility for hiring those people, still figure out some way to help the situation in Greenbelt. So I have no opposition to drafting a letter and sending a letter. I just think it would be helpful to have a little bit more information about the exact circumstances and like how many people are we short in Greenbelt specifically, that sort of thing.
Well, I certainly agree with all the comments that have been made, and I think drafting this letter and sending it out is a first step in continuing the dialogue, getting more specific, involving our sister municipalities. So let's all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed for that motion? Did you?
She said yes.
All in favor?
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry. I just said it was an
Okay. Well, thank you. Item number 15, Buddy Attic Lake Inclusion Playground. For several years, staff has worked towards leveraging alternative revenue streams to include, but not limited to, grants, bond bills, etc., to assist with funding the replacement of the Buddy Attic Lake Playground. To this end, in the FY24 council, we approved an additional $250,000 to bring the project to fruition. So staff recommends council approve the budget of this new inclusive playground to the proposal from Sparks at Play, 3705 Crondell Lane, Owings Mill, Maryland, 21117, for a total project of $611,000, $422.75. Brian Kim, are you here? Oh, okay.
We have a 1 hour presentation, but we're going to try to get that in 5 minutes or under. Well, it's 15 slides.
Mr. Kim, welcome and congratulations on stepping into this interim role. Appreciate you. So we've been talking about this inclusive playground for a while, and it makes sense. Playgrounds are such an important part of the legacy in past, present, and future of the city of Greenbelt, and to actually have an important site like this, which is accessible to everyone or to as many people as possible, is sort of a pledge towards maintaining that legacy. So the price tag, grants, can you give us, you have a presentation, but can you give us the basics of what the proposal is so we can help move this ahead?
So the original playground is approximately, it was built approximately 2002, so it's well overdue. So what we're proposing is a new 2 to 5 and 5 to 12 age group. It's an inclusive playground. It does include services which would assist with access to those age groups. Yeah, that's about it. I don't know what else to say about that. Is there any other questions?
Well, there is the slides that can we kind of quickly scroll through those?
Oh, I see that I have not here.
Yep, now.
Thank you, Bonita. And I'll add context to this. This playground is included in the Buddy Attic master plan that we've held work session on. Sorry, we had public meetings on and solicit feedback, so it fits well into that concept plan as well.
It's nice. I'm looking at it now.
Okay, Ms. Pope?
So I'd like to move that we approve the purchase of the new inclusive playground to Sparks and Play, 3705 Crondall Lane, Owings Mills, Maryland, 21117, for a total project cost of $611,422.75.
Is there a second?
A second.
Okay, so with discussion, that's the diagram. Mr. Kim, can you just sort of describe what the playground, the components of the playground, so the public can kind of take a look?
Have a question?
Another diagram.
Mr. Roberts, you have a question that supersedes what Mr. Kim may say? Please go ahead.
I'm wondering what kind of impact you're going to have on the trees, especially there's some cedar trees that have been there since the city was built. You're not going to adversely affect those, are you?
No, sir.
All the trees are going to remain there, and then you're going to plant some new ones to give some shade to the kids out there?
We're proposing possibly shade structures. In their scope of work, additional trees is not in the original scope. The new playground will sit in the original footprint. So we're not removing any trees.
I think you need to consider some more out there because there's the existing playground's not very well shaded. It used to be, but not anymore.
Mr. Kim, can you sort of describe the equipment, or is there a better depiction of exactly?
The pictures.
Yeah, there may be, if you go another, okay.
Slide?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, I think that gives a good overview, a bird's eye view of what you would be looking at, aside from the swing portion.
So the red line on the left-hand side of the slide, is that where the basketball courts currently are?
That's correct.
So the tree right there on the bottom of the slide is adjacent to the parking lot. So you kind of, the restroom is there, and
Exactly.
yeah,
That's correct.
it actually looks like there's some additional landscaping plan. Is that depiction accurate? Because there aren't trees there now.
It's just a rendering. The renderings don't include the exact trees that are there.
Could plant some additional trees if that was the will.
That's the will, yes.
Yes.
Other questions?
I had a
Mr.
couple of
Orleans,
questions.
Miss Weaver, please go ahead.
Yeah, so one question I had was just, I was looking at the notation on the actual, like the listing on the contract. It's noted that the company is in Owings Mills, but then there's a cost for trucking from Minnesota, and there's the mention of using the contract from Minnesota, what, I forget the right term for that, the previously negotiated agreement. So I was just wondering about, is it that the materials are going to be purchased elsewhere and then shipped, and then the labor is from a company that's in Maryland? Or I was just a little bit confused by that juxtaposition and the added cost of shipping, even though it says the company is based in Maryland.
That's correct. That would be shipping costs for the equipment to Maryland.
Okay. And then my other question was, do we have an estimate yet on how long the process would take to complete once it's started and when it could start?
The target completion milestone is currently in the spring, three to 4 months.
So relatively quickly then.
Yes, ma'am.
We want to have this playground and the one at Spring Hill Lake open in the spring.
Excellent. Okay, that's great. I was thinking it might take longer than that. So fingers crossed for not delays in getting the materials. Those were my only two questions.
That's very exciting. So there are two public comments. Mr. Orleans.
Thank you. I looked through the full agenda package, and there was no contract, but it does indicate that the contract for that amount of money is with Sparks Play, I think it was. My question is, do we know if Sparks Play adheres to the city's living wage policy? Thank you. If it adheres to our living wage policy.
Yes, it does.
The answer is yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Schechter.
Leon Schachter, 9B Parkway. I think in the interest of transparency, you should get on the public record now what the process was for selecting this bid. Was it the lowest bid? Was it the middle? Was it the highest? What is it? What was the process that was followed? And what was the criteria that was used to select this bid?
We generally have that in the comments, but and we have talked about this inclusive playground a number of times and have actually looked and talked about different bids. But Mr. Kim, can you just respond?
They are part of a consortium called Sourcewell, and it's a competitively big contract where it's similar to what we do with COG. So they have already competitively bid contracts, so it's basically best value. In addition to that, they do hold contracts with 6 or 7 counties, as well as state contracts. So it was competitively bid.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Hartman.
Michael Hartman, 2 Court Garden Way. Mr. Kim, can you elaborate a little bit about the accessibility of the playground for kids with disabilities, please? Thank you.
So it is a poured in place surface. It is one of the reasons why the playground pricing did increase. Originally, we did not have that flooring, but obviously it was important for accessibility to add that piece in. So you'll have complete access as far as wheelchairs and mobility devices. So I'm not an expert in the equipment, but there are equipment set aside for people with disabilities. It is a dedicated, inclusive playground.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions? Was there a motion? There was a motion. So all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Okay, the motion carries. Okay, next up is item number 16, Brantford Pear Tree Replacement, Hanover Parkway. The Brantford pear is a tree that has been historically planted in urban areas for spring floral display. However, over time, this variety has been found to be invasive and to have very poor mechanical strength. To combat this and other future tree issues, the Greenbelt Urban Tree Master Plan was drafted. That's the UBTMP. The UBTMP was prepared in collaboration with the Davey Tree Expert Company, presented to the City Council and approved back in 2018. The UBTMP, the Greenbelt Urban Tree Master Plan, documents over 1,500 Brantford pear trees that need replacement. The largest concentration is in Greenbelt East. Over the years, the Public Works Department has addressed areas with the highest tree structure breaks, such as Ivy Lane, Lake Crest Drive, and Hanover Parkway, where they are currently working on removals and replacements. The program would phase out all Brantford pear trees in a systematic way of not removing all of the trees. The tree canopy would phase out all Brantford pear trees in a systematic way of not removing all the tree canopy of a roadway at once. The removal program will have budgetary implications, and until a plan is finalized and approved, staff recommends the following as an initial program, using the budgeted amount of $27,000 for replacements of the Brantford pears along Hanover Parkway over the next couple of years. So Brian Townsend was online before. I don't know if he's still online. Brian, are you there? He's probably not there.
We have John, our tree expert.
I think he still shows up as here. Maybe
Well, you know, Monday Night Football. Who's playing tonight?
he might not have realized we'd get through that last one quite so quickly.
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. We were talking about the Brantford pear tree replacement plan, and John's here as well. So do you want to talk about it? I mean, these Brantford pear trees on Hanover Parkway and throughout the city are in really poor shape. The branches are brutal every time a truck or a bus goes through, or when there's a snow or ice, there's significant limb branch. It's a public safety hazard, actually. So, and we've been, council's been urging, working with Public Works, trying to see to put a solution forward. So what have you come up with?
So we actually have a presentation. John McMillan is there from the horticulture crew. He's going to go ahead and present that to you all. And if you have any questions, you can refer back to me or him.
Okay, thanks, Brian.
Well, for the purpose of brevity, as you've already stated, Mayor Jordan, that we let's go ahead and advance to the next slide. This is a deciduous tree. It flowers in early spring, has a great floral spray. It was used extensively as a landscape tree for many, many years. That was, of course, before we found out that there were issues with the trees, such as poor mechanical strength. You can see a lot of that happening here. You see how the canopy is kind of broken up. We have a lot of damage here as limbs are being removed from the tree, either from wind damage, excess rain will take them down, excess snow, ice, they'll all cause limb breakage in these trees. And so this is actually an example off of Hanover Parkway where we have been working. So this is one of the trees that was for removal. So if we can advance to the next slide. The other issue with this tree is that they do become highly invasive. They aren't actually supposed to produce seeds, but they began to produce seeds. That's one of the reasons why they become invasive. And it's one of the main reasons why they are now listed as a tier 2 invasive species in the state of Maryland. And again, so when as an invasive, the seed material can be spread by wildlife, and it's going to prevent the growth of native species as a result. So we move to the next slide. And again, as Mayor Jordan had already stated, easily broken in storms due to weak branch structure. They're hazardous to people on property. You can see here, this is more Hanover Parkway. You can see how deep that first branch was taken off. You can see just how much is now leaning towards that parking lot. So you can see that there is, with the way the canopies are breaking, there is a bit of an issue. And so with managing these trees, it requires a bit more resources. And so over time, it just becomes practice that if these trees get to be in a hazardous situation, we need a plan in place to actually manage these things. So want to move forward. And so the next thing that we're going to be talking about here is that these are some of the same trees. There's Roosevelt High School in the background, Greenbrier on the left, and you can see some of these canopies broken up. So those are great examples of that. And I think if you move to the next slide, you'll start to see some of what actually happened last summer. So this is the real impetus for our discussion on this issue, is that last summer, July 12th, we had that large storm come through, knocked down a lot of trees. As a consequence, we had a lot of our crew out there pretty much working for a month straight on various parts of Greenbelt trying to get this situation resolved. Everything that you're seeing there, all the debris, that is all Bradford pear. Pretty much everything down Hanover Parkway, with the exception of stuff in the median and things that have been replaced already, is Bradford pear. So go ahead and move to the next one. And so you can see more of our crew working. It necessitates us using chippers to get things chipped up, moved off to dump sites, and loading the back of trucks. So maybe the next one. And here's a great example of a large overview of Greenbelt proper. And you can see where our largest concentration of Bradford pears are in East Greenbelt. And particularly along Mandan and Hanover Parkway, you can see just north there of Roosevelt High School. We do have some more in other parts of the city, but by total density, that is our greatest amount. Everywhere you're seeing a red mark is a removal and replacement. So anything that has been removed is replaced pretty much immediately, at least within the next season. We always have a replacement plan ready to go when we do remove a tree. And these are all replacements that have been approved through the Act Committee. They are all species that have been approved. And we always have a plan in place to make sure that it develops a nice canopy or a nice allée that replaces what was previously there.
Hey, so you mentioned the advisory committee on trees.
Yes.
And they've studied this very, very carefully. So what is there one particular tree that they've recommended for replacing the Brantford pears, or is it a variety of trees, and depending on the availability and the desirability of the mix, is that what's going to be placed there?
Both of what you just said is correct. Yes, they do have a species list, and it's not just of availability, or it's mostly about suitability to the space. So we don't just want to replace a tree with something that's going to be in not in a good situation for growing in the space allotted. So some of these are very short areas where we're replacing them. So you're not going to want to place an extremely long-lived tree that's going to get really tall, it's going to have more problems. A lot of these species are going to be conditionally used based on things such as power lines, things such as whether or not they're over vehicles, how close to sidewalk. We want something that's canopy forming. And so all of these things are in consideration as we're making these replacements.
Like ginkgo trees?
Ginkgo, yes. So I was going to say that. Currently on Hanover Parkway, the replacement strategy is to do, we had decided on, with agreement on ACT, on the species used, a variety of ginkgo that is straight and what we call columnar, so it has a very straight and narrow shape. And next to it, American elm that is Dutch elm disease resistant. So you have a combination. It's going to break up the aesthetic. It's not just going to be a straight LA. It's going to have various colors throughout the fall, most predominantly yellow, and it will have a nice look to it as you drive down. But straight and narrow trees, the straight and narrow trees are going to eliminate some of the damage caused by trucks, by buses, and hopefully other vehicles, so that it won't be as challenging, because some of these Bradford pears can swing kind of low, and then you're just constantly hitting it with buses. That causes damage to our vehicles and to city and state vehicles and even personal vehicles as well.
Sounds like some very thoughtful choices.
Yes.
So just a historical question. I don't know if anyone in the room really knows, but it looks like the Brantford pears around Mandan and Hanover and Ora Glen, it looks like they were all planted around the same time as Greenbrier and Windsor Green were built. Were they all planted at the same time, or Mr. Roberts or Mr. Renahan? Would you know the answer to that question?
Bradford pear trees?
Yes, were they all planted at the same time?
No, they were planted as the
It's kind of what I was
all the
saying.
communities weren't built at once, so they were planted as that went along. And most of them, I think, the Bradford pears were put in, afterwards.
So that would have been in the 70s under city manager Yeezy?
Well, it was, they didn't start building Greenbelt East until the middle 70s, so it's later than that. None of those trees are all that old. But personally, I think I'm not really happy with your tree selection, because I think we need long-living trees. We need bigger trees that will cover over the roadways and help mitigate the temperature rise that those roadways are causing. I don't think we're really letting it sink in that a lot of the climate change that we're having is because we have asphalted and concreted over about 90% of our state here. And that, I'm not only talking about Maryland, but everywhere else too. So we need bigger trees, and we need trees that will live longer, because otherwise we got to keep replacing them and spending more and more money, and so I'm wondering, I love sycamore trees. They're wonderful trees. They grow in the wet, they grow in the dry, and they grow much faster than these London plane trees, and they're much more hardy than a London plane tree. And I don't see you planting any sycamores. There's only a few sycamores in town that are wild sycamores. I've never seen the city plant a sycamore. We talk about native trees, but we never plant native trees. We plant, back in the day, we planted Bradford pears, but now we're planting other things that are not really native trees. So I'm not really happy with that, to tell you the truth. I think we need a better selection.
Well, I think the advisory committee on trees really put a lot of thought over the years, and it has been years in putting this plan forward. And I don't know, I was looking at Mr. Renahan over there. He may actually have a slightly different perspective, but let's see, Ms. Pope, Mr. Corbel, would you like to? So I think we get a pretty good sense. I just know that these trees are in really poor condition.
I want to
poor
make one more,
condition.
I just want to make one more point. Greenbelt East doesn't have the same issue with power lines as we have over in central Greenbelt, because all the communities over there were built with underground lines, except for some along some of the major roads. But in the neighborhoods, it's all underground power, so the power lines are not an issue there.
Thank you, thank you. Mr. Corbel, then Ms. Pope.
Xavier Courouble, Lakeside. Council Member Roberts, this time I will have to go a little bit against your thought here. I had the chance to attend several of those meetings, ACT meetings, where they were talking about their decision, what to plant, what to replace for those Bradford Pier. And I have to say, I'm very impressed. I was very impressed by their work, their discussion, and the exchange that were there. I can tell you that sycamore trees are coming into the discussion. Long time to believe that today roadside trees, you can have tall trees that live for a long time. It doesn't happen anymore. I mean, and so it's a diversity is much more there. I mean, I have to say it was very impressive. I mean, Brian Towson here and Robert Trumbull. I mean, their exchange are pretty intense, and it's also a lot about availability of trees. So you know that I like to oppose very often, but here I'm totally convinced by the good work they have done.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Pope.
Very kind, thank you. My question is, it states here that the initial program using the budgeted amount, so we have $27,000 already in the budget for this, right? So, but I'm reading out is that there might be more to come, so we need to add something in the budget, in the upcoming budget for this tree work?
Yes, this is a multi-year plan to replace the Bradford pears. So today, the proposal from today is for a specific amount of trees.
Okay, so what would you expect? How much would we need to take in consideration to add to the budget, or take it and put it separate for your trees?
Well, thank you, Ms. Pope. Actually, you're ahead of me by a couple slides.
There you go.
So, no, it's perfect. No, go ahead and skip forward. So this is all background information. So here's some more. This can all be looked at later, but let's get to answering the question. So one more, I believe. One more. There's that just shows you. Just keep going.
It's a lot of trees.
There we go.
Them on Lake Crest Drive too. I'm
Yes.
telling you, they did some serious damage to some cars when there were some
Yes.
storms.
We've been taking out a
Yeah.
lot, and there has been a lot of discussion about what to replace in specific areas. And so basically how the plan moves forward is that we've got so far a 5-year replacement program, or a 10-year, 15-year, 20-year, or a 25-year. And so we have the number of trees listed out. As we've said, I don't know if I mentioned this specifically, but it was read off by Mayor Jordan earlier, 1,500 trees that need to be replaced. And so if you take those numbers and you divide them out, in theory, the math equates to about 250 trees a year at an annual cost of $337,500. As a 10-year program per year, 125 trees planted, annual cost of $168,000. 15-year replacement program, 83 trees, an annual cost of $112,050, and a 20-year replacement plan, 63, annual cost of $85,050. 25-year replacement plan, 50 trees, annual cost of $67,500, and that goes into both the trees and the necessary items to get the trees established, as well as removal of the trees, stump grinding of the trees, and et cetera, what it takes to actually get trees out and trees back in.
Okay, so let me have a follow-up question. So 20 and 25 years, is that even a realistic account to replace these trees? I mean, that seems to be very long, right? I mean,
That is a very long time.
so that's not even an option, I think, right?
Well, I mean,
Well, I see
is
your
it
point.
an
A lot of these
option?
trees
Yes.
will
Is
not
it a-
be,
is
they're
it
not
a-
going
is
to
it a
last
timely
25
option?
years.
They're not going to last 20. I mean, that seems.
Some of these trees
50.
probably won't last 20 years. I can guarantee you that.
Let's do 5, 10, or 15 maybe, but 20 seems a little bit much. They can do a lot more damage in those years. You know, that's what I'm afraid of, because I mean, every time there's a storm, I've seen it before, they come down and they're like, I mean, destructive.
They can be very destructive. For being fairly light wood and being fairly mechanically weak, they can do quite a bit of damage if given the right circumstance.
Councilmember McKinney.
Is there a plan around the timing of which trees will come down when? Just because I'm looking at some of these maps, I think it would probably be good to try to prioritize those trees, especially around our schools first, because we have so many kids walking to school. So I'm not sure if that's part of your plan first.
So the plan is, we had started out in Hanover because that is where most of the damage to these trees occurred. But yes, I think that taking an approach and looking at where the highest need is, of course, what is needed. Where are the areas where the population is going to be occurring around these trees the most? How are we going to mitigate any liability and damage to personal property? I think is a very excellent point, and making sure that kids are safe are obviously big issues. I know I would not want to be a child running down and taking cover underneath a Bradford pear tree at certain times of a storm. So there are concerns there as well.
Hey, so, but that's the long-term plan, and we need to think carefully about that. But the decision point that's in front of us right now is the $27,000 for replacement of the piers along Hanover Parkway over the next couple of years. So did we already make a motion? Or would you like to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the budgeted amount of $27,000 for replacements of the Bradford piers along Hanover Parkway for the next couple of years.
I'll second that. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I just had a couple of questions, and one that just came up related to the discussion of the time. I mean, I think clearly there's a very different budget impacts based on how quickly we do it. But is the wood of the Bradford pear trees useful for anything? What happens to it when they get chopped up? Is there any way we could make, I don't know, if it could be used for, I don't know, furniture or something, and we could find people who wanted the wood and perhaps defray some of that cost of the removal by having somebody use it for something. And then I guess sort of related to cost as well, is there a difference in, can we calculate the difference in having to do an emergency removal versus being able to do it proactively?
Those are interesting questions. I imagine you could make sawdust out of the Bradford.
Well, yeah, I'm not talking wood chips. I'm talking something that's actually, yeah.
To that point, we already are in some cases making sawdust out of it because of limited storage space. I have it on good authority from a lot of people who do wood turning and woodworking projects that Bradford is a fairly soft wood to turn, as in lathe work, so it can be used for spindles and other such things. The issue for the city would be that it would have to be removed wet. We don't have the space to season the wood appropriately before it would be sold off or would be given away, or etc. That would be the issue. There is certainly things we can do with it. Historically, I know that Greenbelt has had a program where they would cut up wood and provide it to public for firewood. That's a possibility if we want to defer some of that, and it's certainly a climate-friendly option. There's also the possibility that could be contracted with someone to actually use it for wood products. Those are all excellent points that need to be brought up. I also like to see good things come out of a situation like this, and the wood's not so terrible that it couldn't be used for furniture. I know there's woods that are way worse for situations like this. And Ms. Weaver, would you mind repeating your second question?
The second question is like, I think we should, I guess, just to respond to that first before I repeat my other question is, yeah, I think it would be great if we can find some other uses, even if it's that, we don't try to dry the wood for other use, but we find somebody who has the facility to do that, and we can, and we can give away or sell at a nominal cost to defray some of it. My second question was, is there a aside from the damage caused by the trees, is there a difference in the removal cost if it's an emergency situation versus just as part of a plan? Because I noticed it looks like it calculates out to about 1,350 per tree between the removal and the replacement. So if you do that on a planned basis versus on this tree has been damaged and we have to remove it now, is there a difference in that, especially like the grinding and stump removal cost?
A lot of that can be covered by what we currently do for public works when we do run into trees like this. Standardly, when we run into an emergency tree that needs to be taken down, we have a crew that removes it, makes sure that public is free and cleared from the area, no cars are parked in the area, allows us to work safely. And then we can usually, most of what you're seeing on Hanover Parkway, most of those tree sizes are actually fairly easy to fell. In an emergency basis, that can be done.
they still drop a lot of leaves during the summer. And you also know if you go to Roosevelt Center, they drop a lot of leaves. It becomes a maintenance problem eventually, but we still use them. But we don't use sycamores for the fact that straight species, native species, because they're not resistant.
Those are important insights to share. It's interesting hearing a little bit about the history of the ginkgo trees. I guess prehistoric times. That's back when former Councilman Putins was growing up.
Yeah, maybe he can tell a story or two. We should have asked him earlier.
Mr. Roberts.
It's funny that you say that the sycamore is has some health issues, because when I travel around, I see a lot of places where the wet areas and stuff where all the oak trees have died off. Everything's dying, but the sycamores are still standing there. They're still green. They're still growing, and they get really and the ones we have in the center are London plane trees, I believe, and they've been replaced. The ones that are most of the ones that are down there have been replaced, a couple times. So I think those are suspect in my mind, because they don't last nearly as long as a native sycamore. But I mean, some do. There's some up on Research Road that London plane trees that have been there since I was a little kid. So yeah, it's just like anything else, just like people. Some last a long time and some don't, no matter what species you are. So yeah, but I think the main thing with trees is you want to have a good variety, because you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket when it comes to a tree. You need to have a lot of different species and stuff to protect yourself from the diseases and stuff. So anyway, thank you.
Okay, all in favor of allocating that $27,000 for replacement of the Branford pear trees along Hanover Parkway for the next couple of years, please say aye.
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 Opposed? The motion carries. Mr. McMillan, thank you for the presentation. Mr. Townsend, thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
That'll bring us to item number 17, the HVAC equipment replacement at Spring Hill Lake Recreation Center. The existing rooftop unit, approximately 17, 18 years old, and has a useful life of 15 years old, served a significant area of the Spring Hill Lake Recreation Center operations. For several months, the Department of Public Works Facilities Maintenance crew has been experiencing issues with the packaged rooftop unit currently servicing the Spring Hill Lake Recreation Center, and more specifically, the unit servicing the reception, office, and lobby areas. Most recently, the unit's ability to produce heat failed several times to produce cooling during the most recent summer months as well. Currently, the unit will produce heat. However, the unit cannot produce cooling. Public Works identified the Drenzel Company, a well-known HVAC contractor, has been servicing many of our HVAC maintenance contracts throughout various buildings and facilities within the city for the past 8 years. It's the best way forward. Drenzel is located in Gaithersburg, Maryland, Montgomery County. So, Mr. Kim, thank you for sticking it out and being here to talk a little bit about the HVAC problems. So how long has this been going on with the heat works, but the air conditioning doesn't work?
So this past summer,
Sorry, I
the
turned my
unit
video
failed
off.
about twice.
I'm on silent now.
They were able to get it back online.
Hey, listen, Mr. Kim is in the...
But at some point it just failed.
So this is an emergency replacement model.
That's correct. So what really drove this was that most recently it failed to produce heat at one point. So this kind of really put a fast forward on it.
So what's the timeline with our action tonight? What's the timeline on replacing the unit? Is it something that will have to wait for a couple of months until the spring, or is this something that will happen in the next week or two?
No, it'll be 3 to 4 months. So the idea is to get it back online by the next cooling season.
Okay, can I have a motion, please?
Sure.
Hold on, sir. Can I have a motion, please?
Go ahead.
cost to purchase the HVAC system for $54,720.45.
Thank you. That's your first motion.
It is.
Wow.
It's an air conditioner. Second.
Okay, we got a second. Is there council discussion?
I just have a quick question.
Yeah, please.
What are we doing in the meeting? So there is no heat coming out now? So there's no heat?
So we were able to get the heat back online.
Oh, you were?
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
So,
We were never able to get the cooling.
the cooling, so the heat is on right now, because that was my concern, because it's getting pretty cold. So, and then by the time the warm weather comes back, then the new system should be installed, right?
Exactly.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, comments from the public, Mr. Orleans?
Thank you, Bill Orleans. I don't know if I see the entirety of the contract in the package. The terms and conditions written by Denzel, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, are all one-sided. But I see no reference to the fact that they also pay their employees a living wage. And I had thought sometime last year it was going to be indicated in each of the contracts with any of its vendors the city contracts with that they would stipulate that they pay their employees a living wage. So the question is, do they pay their employees a living wage?
So Denzel is a union shop, so yes, they do.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. And Mr. Samarone, this question comes up repeatedly, and each time we say and we state that the city's policy is to require contractors to pay a living wage. That's correct?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, at this point, let's go ahead and take a vote. All in
Can
favor?
I ask a quick question?
Oh, I'm sorry. Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
Yeah, just the one thing that I noticed, just because we had two different bids on this meeting packet, is that the contingency on this contract was a lot higher than the one on the Buddy Attic Park Playground. This one had a 15% contingency included in the price, whereas the Buddy Attic Park only had a 5% contingency included. I just wondered what the difference was and why the percentage of contingency was so different between those two projects.
So most recently for the structural remediation project, that contingency was well above 30%. So what really drives that is unforeseen site conditions and how we're viewing the project. For the playground, it's a known quantity. It's going in the exact same footprint as the old playground. So we understood that there wasn't going to be a lot of variance with that. With mechanical and electrical projects, it's typically always 10 to 15%.
Okay.
And then obviously with the structural remediation project, it was a bit higher because everything, you don't see everything that's wrong until you get to the layers, so to speak. So that's where you see the variance.
Thank you, that's helpful.
It's a best practice. So all in favor of this motion to replace the HVAC unit over at Spring Hill Lake Recreation Center, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that motion carries. I'd like to move that we special order item number 19 and move it so that's next before item number 18.
Yes.
Is there a second? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the new item number 18 is ARPA police vehicles purchase. At the October 9th regular meeting, the City Council approved the American Rescue Plan reallocation list, including 5 vehicles for the police department at $330,000. The council packet includes a memorandum and background description of the vehicles requested for purchase. Staff has identified a State of Maryland contract for police vehicles under the State of Maryland Blanket Purchase Order number 001B3600251. The cost for one Dodge Durango police package vehicle is $42,139. See the attached pricing from Hertic Fleet Services Incorporated. The total purchase price for all 5 vehicles is $210,695. The American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA funding in the amount of $210,695 was approved for the purchase of these vehicles. Staff recommends council approve the purchase of 5 Dodge Durango police package vehicles under the State of Maryland BP number 001B3600251 contract from Hertic Fleet Services Incorporated of 1427 Bay Road, Milford, Delaware, 19963 for $210,695.
Moved.
So moved. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. And our chief of police is here. Chief, it seems like we've been purchasing a lot of these vehicles. Now, I know the amount has already been approved, but you know, council, for quite some time, we really want to be making progress towards a more sustainable future for our fleets. And the Dodge Durango police vehicles, what is the expected lifespan of these vehicles?
We expect all the vehicles we purchase to last at least 8 years. One of the issues that we have in the acquisition of vehicles right now is just simply availability. We have a need to constantly have vehicles coming into the fleet, so we have an operational fleet, but the availability of vehicles on the market is extraordinarily limited. Ford manufactures a hybrid, but it's about a year to 18 months to get if you order it now. There are not a lot of viable electric options that are coming onto the market right today. There will be some later in 24. Chevrolet's coming out with one. We'll have to take a look at what that's going to look like. But again, the biggest driving factor for us is availability. You can't get what's not available to you. So this is pretty much one of the few products that's actually available for us to purchase.
Yeah, you know, it's just frustrating to the council. We can't really make much progress towards you know, our zero carbon, decreasing our carbon footprint to the extent that our fleet is in place and is going to be in place for the next 8 to 10 years. It just makes it really hard. It's a tough choice. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, that was basically the comment I was going to make, because I noticed that it looked like these were not even hybrids. I know we still have some work to do before we have the infrastructure for the electric vehicles, but I know we had been trying to at least get hybrids, and so it's a little bit disappointing that we can't even get hybrids at this point. So I guess, I mean, I understand the need for vehicles and that that's important, but I also, maybe we need to start thinking about placing orders earlier so that we aren't limited by what is available in the time frame that we need it. I feel like we're going backwards by not even getting hybrids in this case.
Yeah, it's a tough situation, and I think, you know, just, you know, having a sneak peek at some really initial views of the budget process. You know, I think we've purchased a lot of vehicles, so perhaps over the next couple of years, we've just sort of hit a wall, and maybe in a couple of years, hopefully in a couple of years, we'll be able to augment the fleet with more sustainable vehicles, be they electric or at least hybrid. And you know, maybe we need to shape that into a policy of just holding off. But you know, this is an immediate need. It seems like we have to do this. But I don't know, Ms. Pope, how long have we been talking about
Electric vehicles for the police?
and just making the shift with our fleet? I mean, Mr. Hartman knows, and Mr. Roberts certainly knows. We've been talking about this for 7 or 8 or 9 years.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor,
Talking about,
we have been purchasing hybrid vehicles until last year when they became unavailable. So we had been purchasing hybrid police package vehicles from Ford for several years in a row. They became unavailable last year because of manufacturing problems. They're becoming available again later this year, but it will take us at least 12 months if we placed an order today. You know, as you know, our fleet needs to be constantly sustained. We have a fleet of about 65 to 70 cars, depending upon where we are. And so we always have turnover in that fleet on a yearly basis. So it's something that we have done in the past. One of the things that is happening with Ford, they are ending their commercial sale of hybrid Explorer vehicles to focus solely on their law enforcement sales market. So in the coming year or two, we should see a lot more availability. It's just we've hit a window because of the manufacturing problems that all of the manufacturers have faced that have pushed us into kind of a tight corner. And Mayor Pro Tem is correct. If we think about ordering cars that we project to buy 18 months from now into the next fiscal year and get authority to order those today, then yeah, we could place that order for 18 months from now, knowing we would be able to get those vehicles, and that's the amount of time it would take. But we need that authority to be able to order that far in advance. because, we're getting this money on a yearly basis. So that limits the window in which we can order, because the manufacturers take orders in a limited time span. Ford takes orders very shortly over the summer, and they close that order window, and then you're locked out until next year. So if we want to order those vehicles, we have to order when their window is open over the summer months. But as you know, our budget's not set yet at that point. So we're sort of in this place where we can't necessarily place an order because we don't have any funds authorized to do so. So if we get authority to order 18 months out, right, we could future plan those orders well in advance, so we time that delivery to us through the manufacturers. But our limiting factor isn't necessarily what we want to buy. It is limited by what is available to us to buy. We've definitely we've purchased the hybrids in the past. We're looking at how we can purchase electric vehicles in the future. That's one of the things. We don't have the infrastructure, but through the Public Works Department, they are working on an infrastructure plan. A member of the command staff is on the EV plan. So it is not something that is not on our radar. It is something that we're definitely looking at. But the question becomes availability to us. You can't buy what's not available. So that becomes the whole issue for us. I understand the issue of sustainability and all of that, and want to meet that goal. But at the same time, I have to keep the police fleet operational so the officers can respond to calls for service on a daily basis. So I got to weigh those two items, right? The officers have to be able to get there, right? In an emergency, our fleet is constantly churning and driving, and cars need to be replaced yearly so that we can make sure we have an operational fleet so the officers can get to calls for service. But finding ways to mix in that sustainability into that project, so it's not something that we're ignoring. We're not taking council's direction. We most certainly are, but we have to go with what's available to us at the time we need to purchase.
Right. Well, fortunately, as a result of the American Rescue Plan Act funding, we've actually been able to catch up on a lot of the deferred spending vehicles. During the pandemic, we really were very, very tightened our belts very much so with vehicle purchases 3 and 4 years ago. So we were able to catch up, and we're making some additional purchases now. I'm just thinking going forward, maybe it is going to mean a longer time frame when orders are placed. But for now, I guess we're sort of staring this in the eye, and we have to do what we. Ms. Pompey?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I really appreciate Chief Bowers' comments, especially regarding how the purchases have to be made, and how, with the senior council members here talking about our sustainability goals and how long we've been striving to reach them. I think hearing from Chief Bowers here, like, if we want to reach them, we need to do more future planning in our budget. Like, that is clear. So I appreciate those comments. I'm taking those to heart, especially as we're coming up into budget season. And I hope that's something that we will consider.
Thank you so much. Hey, it's Oh, Mr. Roberts, please go ahead.
Well, I'm going to say one more thing that people don't want to hear, but our automobile society is not sustainable, period. Whether you got an electric car or any other kind of car. Professional mechanic here, I know what it takes to build a car and keep that car going, and whether it's electric or not, it takes a lot of natural resources. And electric cars take even more natural resources. So this thought that somehow we're all going to drive around in electric cars and it's going to make stuff better is a fallacy. I know y'all don't want to hear that because no one wants to really hear the truth about anything nowadays. But in my experience of 50 years working on different kind of stuff, it's clear that it all takes a lot of resources out of our planet, and our planet is at the point now where it's not going to take it anymore. And so this idea that we're being sustainable by switching from one kind of car to another is pretty scary for the future, I think, because what we need to do is have less cars. But because we're going to have electric cars and everyone thinks they're wonderful and they're the cure to our problem, we're going to have more cars, which means more natural resources expended, more highways, more asphalt, and a lot of those electric cars, all the electric cars, a good percentage of them are made of plastic. So that's more oil to make the cars. You know, you got tires, that's oil. You know, a lot of what is in an electric car is made from oil. So this dream of sustainability is just not reality. That's what it is. It's not reality.
Well, you know, it's not a dream. It's one step at a time, and unfortunately, we can't ask our police department to use public transportation to get to crime scenes.
I know, you're
So,
right. And they
Mr.
gotta have
Hartman?
cars. But all of our society doesn't have to have cars, but some of our society does.
Well, Mr. Roberts' comments notwithstanding, is there anything to prevent the city from having a 2-year cycle for expenses like the 2-year lead time to order cars? There might be other things in the budget that take longer than 1 year to get. So is there any restriction from doing a 2-year cycle instead of a 1-year cycle for things like this? Maybe there's other things in the budget that would benefit from a 2-year cycle as well.
Well, they are, but I don't think that an appropriate place for vehicle purchases would be in the capital budget. That's sort of what you're saying, Mr. Samron.
We cannot obligate council beyond the fiscal year that we approve for, that we have approved funding for. The way around that, there are two vehicles or two methods of working around that. One is front-loading money in these expenditure authorization in one fiscal year for us to incur that expense in that one fiscal year, and we may not get the vehicles until year 2. The other way is to partner with a financing agency like Enterprise Cars that we'll enter in an agreement with, and we would lease the vehicles long-term with a purchase back agreement, or there are multiple ways of doing that. But we cannot obligate council on expenditures beyond 1 year period.
Something we haven't done in the past, so.
There are exceptions with major capital projects, infrastructure projects that span over 12 months, but those are different procurement vehicles. Did I miss anything?
Mr. Schachter, or actually, I'm sorry, Mr. George. Okay.
Leon Schachter, 9B Parkway. Of course, the police can't use public transportation, but they can make maximum use of bicycles, particularly electric bicycles and other forms of two-wheel transportation to some extent. I don't know how much they're doing it already. I'm concerned more about the utilization of the cars they already have. Excuse my ignorance. I don't know what your policy is, but I'm wondering whether the police force is required to be residents of Greenbelt, and if so, if not, they should be, and they should be required to take their police cars home. Moreover, I see a lot of our police cars parked in a long line by the police station, a very long line of police cars. They're not doing anybody any good there. Better to park them in front of the churches, and in particular the Jewish synagogue here in town. Sure, better to have a police officer there, but a parked car, a parked police vehicle is better than nothing. My understanding is the police chief has just flat out refused to even consider that without any explanation. Don't wait for the disaster to happen. Everybody knows that anti-Semitism in particular is skyrocketing in this country. It's very dangerous, and the community has an obligation to all of our religious denominations to provide whatever protection they can, and putting a parked police car there, it has to provide some marginal additional safety, even if it's empty, and it costs the city nothing to do it.
You know, the Greenbelt Police Department is in regular communication with our faith-based organizations in the city of Greenbelt. So the contingencies that you have mentioned have been discussed and are under do that. We already do that. Mr. Orleans, yes, we do.
I think there are many times that our Greenbelt Police Department is providing security for the synagogue. I myself, I drive past there all the time, and I've seen them when they have special events, special prayer services, etc. We also had a police car parked right on, what was it, Westway, on right next to it. So we've done all this. So I just want to make sure that maybe there are some things that you're unaware of. That let me finish. Let me finish. Okay, let me finish. So there might be some incidents that you may be not aware of. So I just want to point that out. Before we make accusations, I think we have to be a little bit careful.
I'm being very careful. I'm giving you the facts as they've been explained to me and as I observed myself. For special occasions, the police forces is there, but the synagogue has to pay for it. And they pay money for that service. It's not offered free from the city. The rest of the time, they get nothing. There's no police car, there's no policeman, and they requested it, and it's been refused.
I'm not gonna get back.
I think we can
Sir.
follow up if follow-up is needed.
Mr. Robert or Mr. Orleans' comment wasn't audible online, just incidentally, and we
Understand.
do have another person who has their hand raised here online.
Yes. Mr. Orleans and Mr. Adams.
I believe I heard a question posed to the city manager a few minutes ago, and if I understood his response, then I need not ask this question, but I'm not entirely certain I did. Is this Delaware firm Hertec, or whatever, however it's pronounced, does it pay Maryland's living wage policy, Greenbelt's living wage policy? Thank you.
We're using a state contract, and state contracts required.
Mr. Adams.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. I'm interested in the agenda item you passed over, which has to do with the Reparations Commission.
Going to
We're
circle
eager-
back to that in a moment.
Okay.
Just special ordered it. Yeah.
As a citizen of the city, I find the long, laborious debates entertaining, but not very, very fruitful in terms of moving things along.
Thank you. Okay.
I have to agree with you.
Okay. So just to put in, resolve this a little bit, Chief, you are in regular communication with our faith-based organizations and have met on a regular basis with the leadership of
We
the
have met
synagogue.
with them. Captain Gullis, our patrol division commander, is in regular contact whenever they have a special event. And part of that is any special events that any group holds within the city generally is an extra service, right? So if Beltway Plaza or any other thing has a special event, it's part-time like we've always done. We do, though, during the course of a number of the high holidays, have extra patrols from our regular patrol division that go by and check on the synagogue. And we've been doing that since beginning of October, and we'll continue to do it through the high holidays.
Thank you. Appreciate that clarification. Let's go ahead and take a vote on this motion that's been seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? The motion carries. That will swing us back to the discussion on the Reparations Commission. That's item number 19 now. The city's current budget includes $30,000 to support the work of the Reparations Commission. The 21-member commission is needed to prioritize the work. The 21-member commission needed to prioritize the work and a strategy on how to work together and how to meet its goals. There is a consensus on the commission that the use of an outside consultant will speed up the work of the commission by clarifying goals, methods of achieving goals, and operating principles to guide deliberations. In April, the commission decided to find a consultant to help focus the work of the commission. The facilitation subcommittee FS, was created to carry out the RFP process and to make recommendations to the full commission. An RFP was developed in coordination with the interim city manager to solicit proposals for a consultant to help the commission get organized, clarify goals, and develop a strategy to meet those goals. The subcommittee identified the skills and experience a consultant would need, which included having familiarity with reparations work, experience with diversity, equity, and inclusion, and facilitation skills to lead a retreat for the commission. This RFP was posted in late June and closed on August the 11th. The commission received 13 proposals, which ranged from $15K to over $1 million. While there was no budget listed in the RFP, candidates were notified that the budget range was expected to be around $15,000, but that a bigger budget would be considered depending on the type of work that was presented. The facilitation subcommittee reviewed 13 proposals and narrowed the pool down to 3 candidates who were interviewed initially by the subcommittee, then by the whole commission. The subcommittee and the commission agreed in the deliberations that 2 of the firms, Impact Educational Consulting, LLC, and Habitus, Incorporated, better met the facilitation and startup requirements. The third firm brought a long history of reparations work and is a possible resource as the process moves forward. The Commission is recommending that Impact Educational Consulting, because of their expertise, location, and cost, based on the discussion above, it is the Commission and the staff recommendation Council accept the proposal of Impact Educational Consulting provide facilitation and planning professional services to the Reparations Commission at a cost not to exceed $16,000, with a base contract of $12,000 and up to $4,000 in additional costs, and with the approval of the commission, city manager, plus agreed upon expenses not to exceed $500. Can I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you so much. Is there any discussion? The only point that I'd like to bring up is while the Reparations Commission submitted a written report, I would very much like to get an update on their deliberations and their work over the past year. I know that the general public may not have been able to follow what the commission has been focusing in on, and I would really like to get an in-person update in either a work session, half a work session, but just somehow a dialogue to hear what they've been talking about and how they propose to move forward with the assistance of this facilitation.
Absolutely, we'd be delighted to schedule a work session.
Excellent. If there's no discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? That motion does carry. So I gotta tell you, it's 12:06 a.m. and we've got a couple more items on the agenda: the ARPA status update and legislative priorities. What's council's will?
I have to be at work at 7.
Be up at about 5:30, but I'll do what I have to do. So,
Let's go. Quick.
If we went into 5:30, we could say we had a 5-hour meeting.
Yes. And then you come right over Spring Lake and take my job.
but you know, the update on the ARPA, there are several deadlines that are coming up. And so quickly, Mr. Samarone, can you apprise us of grant deadlines that are coming up, and do we need to extend them a bit? Because we need to have this discussion. We need to begin talking about reallocating some of the funding. I know the public has weighed in, but council has not really had a chance to. So we do need an update. But the question is, do we need that right now, or can we wait?
It can wait. There isn't anything right now that requires immediate action. We do have an item that requires council decision down the road, and that is reallocating funds that we could not properly use as lost revenue funding. So because we've run out of that $10 million allocation, so we have that, but it's not time sensitive. Something that we need to figure out tonight. So we can wait on that. What I would ask on the other item, the legislative priorities, is just feedback that can happen offline so that we can start working towards submitting the bond bills and other applications that are coming up in January.
Right. My preference, if we can just quickly put those legislative priorities up on the screen and just scroll through them so that the public is aware and that we can vote on them. I think that it is important that we vote. City Council will preview and discuss the 2024 legislative priorities, including proposed list of bond bill requests to the council for consideration and approve the items presented to the District 22 representatives. And we had the joint meeting with District 22, and we had to go ahead and present these ideas before actually vetting them or voting on them. So, Mr. Samarone or Mr. George, can you just quickly read them off?
Sure, absolutely. The legislative priorities that were presented to the District 22 are as follow. We have 5 items that total $2,328,832. The first one is the Armory site feasibility study at $150,000. A new municipal building. This is the design and engineering for the building at $1,155,000. And these are estimates. The street light upgrades to LEDs. This we don't have a number from Pepco yet, but we're estimating $300,000 as a bond request to purchase and upgrade the Pepco-owned street lights to LED lights. The $300,000 will not cover the entire amount, but this will help acquire those units. ADA upgrades and roof replacement at the youth center. This is the project that Public Works has been working on for some time. There's an estimate of $333,622 that we'd like to submit as a bond request. The Greenbelt Cinema restoration, there's critical upgrades needed to HVAC and other systems, and that's estimated at $390,210. So that's 5 projects at $2,328,832. This is not the full comprehensive list. Mr. George is working with the team to get additional projects that will be good fits for the variety of programs that we're pursuing. That is the bond bills, the congressional earmarks, the Senate earmarks. And so we're working on looking at projects, identifying projects that will be a good fit across these different pots of money. So we would have more to put together. I want to reiterate what the mayor said, that we have presented these at District 22, and ideally we would have had approval from council before making that presentation. So we're now seeking approval after the fact. But this was initially scheduled to be on the council agenda on the 27th, and we had to cancel that meeting. District 22 legislative dinner was on the 28th.
Right. Would you say that the listing, is it in priority order?
No, this is not a listing in priority order. I would say that if we were to prioritize these, there are all 4 of them are critical items that we must take action on. So the street lights, that's something that is going to happen. It's how we're going to pay for it, whether we buy them or we get stuck with a tariff fee after the fact. The Armory site is just a matter of time before we get it, and we have to take action once we acquire the building. The municipal building, we need to address this issue. If not, it's not something that's going to happen within a year, but we need to continue the plan, start the plan, get the design, do the engineering. Then we move on to identifying the funding. So it's a lengthy process.
I think you're pushing that up way too fast. This idea of a new municipal building, I think that needs to be rethought many times. I think you're just going off on that. That's just that's a lot of money that we don't need to spend. I think when there's other alternatives besides building a new municipal building. There's a big one sitting up on Southway there. Yeah.
I think from a structure, this building is not falling apart. We can continue to enjoy the useful life that it has remaining. One of the impetus for getting this municipal building project moving forward now is that there's a lot of interest in Greenbelt, that we've had the U.S. Senator here point out to us that we need a new building, and we had the governor point out that we need a new building. So there's support for us if we want to get this engineering and design work done. Now, with all the development projects that are anticipated in Greenbelt, obviously this is council's decision. If council decides otherwise, we can put this on a back burner for.
This is the government that just told us that we don't have any money in the state.
Right.
So he's telling us we got to build a new building.
Well, he's not telling us we got to build a new building, but
Hey, let's go ahead and, can I have a motion, please? To approve the 2024 legislative priorities and bond bill. Because, given the fact that we do have time to discuss these, and if an opportunity comes up for a bond bill or some sort of an earmark or a funding, council will definitely talk about it and make the decision whether or not we want to go forward. So I think we got the idea. Is there a second?
Second.
Don't get scared.
Is there any additional discussion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Hey, well, we're at the end of the agenda except for council activities, and I believe a written document has been submitted. Do any council members want to just kind of elaborate on some of the, because we've all been incredibly busy. There's just been so many things this time of the year. If we were to list every single thing that most of council participated in, we would be here until 1 o'clock. So
I sent
the
something
floor-
in,
the
but
floor-
I may have missed a few. I'm not sure if I have everything covered.
I added something to that. Was that like a group list?
I did not see anything added.
Okay,
no, it wasn't
okay.
a group list.
Because I think I added the PGCMA.
There was just one item just to add to it is our representative from Congressman Ivey's office did a webinar on upcoming grants, community grants that are going to be coming out and available. And just really did a great presentation, just walking through a little bit of the process as well as the funding that they believe will be coming available that I think will be open to a lot of our organizations as well as our city. So if we can, I know that our city manager has also gotten a copy of that. If we can start going through that and starting to communicate that to some of our community organizations, I think that could be helpful in the future.
You want me to go through my list?
Well, if you really want to, the only thing that I would add is that I didn't see on your list was the Prince George's County legislative session that we were just talking about. It was over in the city of Hyattsville, and all of the municipalities within District 22 were there, and we all sort of shared some common goals. I think I actually wrote
That was
in.
that was November 28th, right? Yeah. Legislative meeting dinner. Danielle was there, Jenny was there, Kristen and Emmett and me.
It's December 7th.
There were two dinners. There was the
Oh, I didn't go to that one.
Right.
I didn't
There was
go
the
to that one.
PGCMA.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I
Yeah,
didn't
that's
go to that
the
second
other one.
Okay, I was talking about
Oh,
the.
yeah, go ahead, Ms. Pope.
Okay, Tuesday, November 20th.
I-
Advisory Committee. Then the legislative meeting and dinner the same evening. Danielle, Jenny, Kristen, Emmett, and myself. November 27, there was a vigil in the center for Rick. I was there, Emmett, Kristen, Jenny, and Danielle. And Mr. Roberts, if I've not seen you or not mentioned you, please speak up. November 30th, the Greenbrier tree lighting. I was there, and Ms. Pompey stopped in quickly before going to the other vigil. December 1st was our center, the holiday tree lighting in the center. I was there, Emmett, Kristen, Danielle, and Jenny. December 2nd, Mission Barbecue had a brunch in the morning. So I was there, Jenny was there, Emmett was there. Public Safety Awards were in the evening at the American Legion. Myself, Emmett, Kristen, Jenny, and Danielle were there. I did stop at the...
Rodney was at that.
Oh, Rodney was there too? Okay. So maybe Bonita can add Rodney. During the day, the co-op, our school here had a bake sale as a fundraiser. I stopped by there. I'm not sure who else did. December the 3rd, WAGS had a resale as a fundraiser, also at the co-op ramp. I stopped by there and bought a wreath. Then I attended the holiday farmers market. I saw Emmett trying to buy a wreath somewhere, desperately.
They were sold out.
They were sold out. Then the Sparkle Market, of course. I strolled through there and bought a few items, very nice items. On December the 5th, we had the public safety meeting with Chief Bowers over at the Verde Apartments. I was there, Jenny, Emmett, Danielle, and Kristen. Then December 7th, PGCMA legislative reception. Oh, that's what you ended. Okay, you added that. That was Jenny, Emmett, Danielle, and Kristen. December 9, our volunteer fire department had Santa to visit, and they had some crafts and pizza and things for our children, which was nice. I took some of my grandkids there. That same day, the Adventure Crew 746 at Moa Church had a winter wonderland, which was really nice and beautiful. I took my grandkids there as well, and I did not get to go to the Krampus, who visited, especially the Baltimore Krampus visited as well, and I missed him because the kids were so tired at that time that there was no way they were going to make that Krampus festival. So that was my little spiel.
It's been really busy, just tons of things going on. And I just want to do a quick nod to the Recreation Department and Public Works with the Gobble Wobble, the tree lightings, just the way Roosevelt Center looks, the Sparkle Mart, the craft fair, just so many things. And our staff make so many of those things possible. So,
And the Gobble Wobble
kudos.
shirts were really nice this time.
They were nice. Well, they're always
Really
nice.
So I was doing the, walking. I don't know what.
Oh, I ran the whole thing. I came in first too.
Yeah, of course.
So fast you couldn't even see him.
That's right.
So quickly, I didn't realize. While Jenny and I were like walking.
Hey, so that's pretty much it. Let's go ahead and wrap up the meeting. I know the employee luncheon is tomorrow, and it's from 12 to 2 over in the community center. Council's definitely invited.
Yeah.
Kristen, you can come.
I will be working in exhibit booth all day tomorrow, so I'm afraid I will be not available.
I'm not sure if I'm gonna make it. I will try to make it, but normally I make it around 1. I know, but I'm not sure. I can't guarantee that tomorrow because we have so many people out. So I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to leave or So if I'm not there, please give me.
I'll eat an extra plate of food.
There you go. I'll save something for you.
Yeah. Oh yes. Okay.
Hey, so let's go ahead and call it